The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel.
Shalom, happy Purim.
In 721 BC,
Shalom.
Syrian king, he took us down, we fell.
Hit the like button, hit the like button, come on.
With a great escape we went
Shalom.
through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went.
Shalom, shalom.
The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be. Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad,
The North American Indians.
Simeon, the Dominicans.
Come on.
The highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us
At gunpoint.
together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A high gatherer in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, a highest gathering Israel, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, a highest gathering Israel.
Shalom, shalom.
Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel.
Shalom, brothers and sisters. I'm Elder Rawchaa. We are here live for our weekly broadcast here with the Gathering of Christ Church. I hope you all are blessed. And first and foremost, I would like to say all praises be to the Most High for allowing us to be here before you this evening, this monumentous evening. Now, what makes this evening so different than others? Oh, yeah. You hear the dog bark, and I'm sure she's excited. Yes. Oh, there's a brother on the door. Hold on one second here before I flow in. Before I flow in, there's a brother who just knocked on the door. Hold up, hold up. You know, I have some news to announce here. All right. Highest calling back Israel. Come on in, hit the like button as you come in. Do we have a show for you this evening? Oh, yeah. Yashar, that's Yashar Gabar? Come on in, young man. Come on in. You can clear off the seat right there, young man. If you want to, you can put yourself on some tea or whatever the case is. All right. Do we have a broadcast tonight? Put on some tea, get something to drink or whatever. Get me, if you don't mind, grab me a glass of water. Okay. That's fine. All right. Now that the dog is quiet, the brother is in the house. Let's go. Boy, do I have some announcements. All praises be to the Most High God of Israel for sending his dear and true son, Yeshua, the Anointed, the one whom most out there ignorantly call Jesus Christ. We thank him through the Holy Spirit for receiving the truth in these last days and to be able to deliver a word that would do what? Spearhead a gathering. To spearhead a gathering according to the Bible. Now, and happy Purim. For all you brothers and sisters who missed it last night, that's right. From Tuesday night to Wednesday night, we celebrated Purim, where the Most High actually saved our people under the Iranian captivity, the Persian captivity. Saved us from a depopulation agenda that was orchestrated by an Edomite by the name of Haman the Agagite. That's right. The Most High saved us during that time period. That's right. Well before the so-called Europeans enslaved us, we were under many empires, including the Persian Empire. Okay. And all praises be to the Most High. What happened there? You know what happened there. We were delivered. We were delivered. Happy Purim. And I have Elder Lawya on. Shalom, Elder Lawya. Let me bring Elder Lawya on. Shalom, Shalom, Elder Lawya.
Shalom, Elder Rawchaa, and happy Purim to the family.
Happy Purim, my brother. Man, did you see those children yesterday at that Purim? I don't have to tell you.
Yes, sir. Sir, I did.
Man, the children, not only did they sing in the Most High's name, they're healthy. You can tell that they don't have those substances that's in them like the majority of children that are dealing with a lot of these issues after getting stuff in them that's mandated. Man, sharp, strong children praising the Most High on Purim. Not Christmas, Elder Lawya. Purim. Man.
Absolutely.
Well, I have to bring you in, Elder Lawya, for this announcement, because why, you are also, you are a key cog in this spiritual machine the Most High calls truth. And I had to announce this before everyone, and thanking you and all the brothers and sisters who watch this channel, that this is the first broadcast, Elder Lawya, in which we are actually streaming after getting 100,000 subscribers.
Praises.
Man, Elder Lawya, do you remember that time where it didn't matter what the circumstances. Once our channel would get to 2,000 subscribers, YouTube would just take it down. They would just delete the channel.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Remember those days?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No soon as we get to 1,995, I'm getting calls. I'm getting all types of calls, emails at that time, where people are saying, when you get to 2,000, they're going to delete your channel, folks. And mind you, brothers and sisters, since we began teaching, we've never used profanity against anyone. We've never talked against any race of people, right? We've just since we've been here, Elder Lawya, just taught the gospel, connected the dots, and brought forth information according to the word as it is written. So normally when they would delete our channels, Elder, it was because something out there was so profound in which our people could actually consume and understand, right? With no cloud, it just was plain to understand. When we bring forth information that's groundbreaking and clear to understand, the channel, it was gone. 2,000 subscribers, gone. So again, I like to thank the Most High. I like to thank the elders, all the brothers and sisters. But let me tell you, none of this would be possible without you. And I wanted to thank you all for doing everything you could to get this channel to 100,000. Not just for you, not just for us. Not just for us. But now the truth will be, we hope, published throughout the whole earth. That's right, without shadow banning to some degree. Okay? They have to now announce our channel outside of those who have subscribed to it. And this would not have been possible without you.
That's right.
Would have been an impossibility without you. Right? So, jumping right in, Elder Lawya. Hebrew and Bible Academy. Last week we went over what? This last Sunday? Tracing the serpent seed. The show beyond any shadow of a doubt that there's no myth when it comes to Gentile gods ruling people in the earth. They're not aliens, okay? They're not mysterious creatures from other planets that land to earth because their planet blew up and now they're looking to depopulate people to take the earth, okay? Folks, the gods has always been here. They were here before Adam. The gods are angels. Now the Gentiles has hidden that information by claiming that all those stories of giants and gods fighting one another, they named it mythology, Greek mythology. So we'll deem it a myth, not realizing behind closed doors that all governments worship these gods. They're not gods at all. They are fallen angels. Now, Elder Lawya, before I go into the lesson today, I need you to confirm that. Let's confirm that out of the Bible real quick. Just one part. We don't have to go through a whole lesson here because that's not the topic this evening. But the Bible have always dropped some clues. The Bible has always dropped clues for those who have an ear. This is why Christ would say, he that have an ear, let him hear. Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir.
I need you to go real quick to 1 Corinthians 8 and 5. 1 Corinthians 8 and 5. Let's read it real quick.
Yes, sir. 1 Corinthians chapter 8, verse number 5.
Okay.
And it says, "For though there be that are called gods, whether in heaven or in earth."
Hold up, Elder Lawya.
As there be.
Hold up. Whether in where?
Whether in heaven or in earth.
Whether in heaven or in earth. See, that's that angelic tie right there. That's the angelic tie. For though there be that are called gods, whether in heaven and in earth, read.
As there be gods many and lords many.
As there be gods many and lords many. See, even though our God created it all, the celestial beings who were created by Christ in the beginning are called gods on earth by man. Gods. So this was identified all through the Old Testament, the New Testament, when angels would come into Sodom and Gomorrah and warn Lot, when angels sat down with Abraham, okay, and let him know that he was the blessed. There were all, and that never ended, folks. Well, the fallen angels we taught before the flood end up setting up a whole city under Cain. Under Cain, tracing the serpent seed, and the governments of this earth, as well as religion and academia, have been hiding the fact that they have always worshiped and received technology from these gods. We dropped it. And guess what? We dropped it this Sunday, last Sunday, and now we're going into this Sunday, Abraham's promise. We're going to show, brothers and sisters, how the gods, or the angels, the fallen ones, got from that side of the flood to this side of the flood. And began to do what? Started all over again. Constructing the Tower of Babel, in which Nimrod would become that's right, the king, like Cain was used pre-flood. Everything I'm saying, folks, can be researched and backed up, not just by the Bible, but folks, we even brought in Gentile history, the stones and all that. The Epic of Gilgamesh was a tablet that was found, what? In Mesopotamia. That confirms the Bible's narrative, but they're looking at it from a Gentile historical standpoint. Now, why am I going into this today, folks? Why am I talking about this? Elder Lawya, let's get 1 Corinthians 15 and let's go into the different bodies that the Most High created. I'm going to show you why I'm mentioning this right now. Celestial bodies aren't like ours, folks, which means celestial bodies can stay in the earth and operate without death until judgment. So this is why your school's academia is trying to make you believe that these so-called gods that the nations serve or worship are mythological. They don't want you to know what's going on in Area 51 and what's really going on there. What's going on over in Antarctica, where that was their original base. Since the beginning, since the Ice Age, the Most High created in the earth, that was their original base, Antarctica. They don't want you to know that these cities and constructs and technology comes from high level officials and bloodlines of families visiting these beings. They're the true leaders of this earth. And they are afraid of the awakening. They are afraid of our people waking up like that lion that couched down, knowing that we were born in this earth to what? Not just judge the earth with the law, but to judge them also. When they see us and behold our children and our people multiplying, they fear because they know the prophecies concerning our people at the end of it, judging all unrighteousness under Christ. So what am I going into this Sunday? I'm going to prove interaction with all of the prophets and the teachers where they were dealing with the righteous angels sent by the Almighty to come against the angels who are bound here and who have always led mankind. Next week, that's right, Abraham's seed coming this Sunday. And why? Because it says, listen, we told y'all in the academy, the seals have been opened and the truth is here. They have lied about everything, folks. Everything they've lied about. They have suppressed the truth and made the lies the truth and the truth a lie. And we must identify the powers that rule. Why? Because the Bible tells us that man of sin must be revealed before the coming. This Sunday, Elder Lawya, let's deal with the different types of bodies before we go into the topic this evening.
Yes, sir. This is 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse number 39 through 40.
Come on.
All flesh is not the same flesh.
Read it again.
All flesh is not the same flesh.
All flesh is not the same flesh. Read on.
But there is one kind of flesh of men.
Of men.
Another flesh of beasts.
Another of beasts.
Another of fishes.
Another of fishes.
And another of birds.
And another of birds. Come on.
There are also celestial bodies.
There what?
There are also celestial bodies.
There's also celestial bodies. These are angelic bodies, folks. They're not subjected to death like people. Read.
And bodies terrestrial.
And bodies terrestrial. Those are our bodies, brothers and sisters. Our bodies are terrestrial. Because of the sin of Adam, death as a curse came into the earth to curse us to a degree that in order for our name to pass on from generation to the next, we must have children. Celestial beings are eternal beings until a judgment. Those that are bound here. So they don't die like us, brothers and sisters. They don't die. And I broke down last Sunday how when the celestial came and dealt with the daughters of Cain before the flood, they brought forth a new word in the Bible called Nephilim, giant. And because there was no space for them or no place for them after death, they're not man, they're not celestial, they're hybrids. So when their bodies die, their spirits roam on the earth like demons. Spirits that enter people who are subjected to the same sin that their fathers were behind and taught before the flood. This is why people get what? Demon possession. Because these familiar spirits are familiar with the activity that led to the what? To the destruction of the world. So when you sin, they can recognize their actions in you and use you. Hence the reason why the Most High God gave us the law. The law is our barrier. The law is our guard. Where the fallen ones and their children don't see anything in us. It's unfamiliar to them. And they are afraid. The law of God scares them. The name of God repels them. And this is why they hid the name of God out of the earth, Ahia. And this is why they eradicated out of all the records, majority of records outside of the Dead Sea Scrolls, Christ's name, Yeshua. Folks, what we're telling you and what we're teaching you right now is spiritual warfare on another level where you can speak and battle against the unseen. They have always understood this. You or I, we wrestle not with flesh and blood. These are what? The terrestrials that are bound on earth that continue to do what? Trick mankind set up governments to suppress their judge, who are the children of light, the children of Israel, Elder Lawyer. And I'm going into what? Abraham's promise interaction with the angels who've always interacted with us, folks. And Christ has sent them in the earth to minister unto the righteous, to guide us back to the truth. Whether you hear or forbear. Hey, historytimes.org. Be there this coming Sunday. I'm going to show you how they got from that side of the flood to this side of the flood. Now, those who may be naysayers, and we don't care that people don't believe because that's their business. You have the right to. Well, the Bible says only 8 persons lived through the flood. You are correct. Only 8 persons lived through the flood. But there's what? There's bodies, celestial, and there's bodies, terrestrial. So yeah, 8 people lived through the flood, but something else that was here before man had the power to move from that realm to this realm and start over. That side of the earth to this side of the earth after the deluge to start over. Okay, so I'm going to go into the fact that we have records where even our people recorded, Lamech and others, finding stone records of the giants so that they could have technology which would set them apart from the rest of society. It keeps happening over and over again. But I digress. You want to figure out the details with the history and all that? Enroll in the academy. Don't worry about it. It's only week 3 coming this Sunday. And you'll get the two lessons, jump right in. And I'm going to tell you, you don't want to miss the news and the lesson that we have in store and how we're going to break it down this time. The Christian church they're liars. Straight up. The Christian theologians are liars. They'll make you believe the promise of Abraham is once you accept Jesus in your heart and confess that he's Lord, and now you are equal part of the children of promise, and you'll receive the promise equally with all people. It doesn't matter your race or whatever the case is. You accept Jesus in your heart and automatically you have access to what? The Israelites' heritage or inheritance. That's a bold-faced lie from the pits of hell. And I'm going to go into it, and I'm going to go into the New Testament to prove everything I'm saying here. That Abraham's promise belongs to the people who have been enslaved throughout the 4 corners of the earth and have been oppressed throughout this earth. And this is the truth. This is the truth they refuse to teach in schools. They refuse, Elder Lawyer, to teach in church or any other religious institution. So let's go, Elder Lawyer. Topic for today. The topic for today, Elder Lawyer, jumping right in. Check out the title, Elder Lawyer. And today, because this is a celebration, 100,000 subscribers, Elder Lawyer, I'm going to go straight to the phone lines, and I want to hear from the people who have made these subscriptions for this channel possible. I want to go straight to the phones. But the topic today, and I would like to stay there. I like to stay on this, Elder Lawyer. Only truth. Listen to it, Elder Lawyer. Only truth can free a slave. Only truth can free a slave, Elder Lawyer. But that's only if the slave desires freedom. Right? That's only if a slave know he or she are slaves. Right? But all in all, only truth can free a slave. The Willie Lynch letters came out years ago in which highlighted, Elder Lawya, a program that would make our people perpetual slaves for generations, hundreds of years, if it's pulled off correctly. It would put us in a psychological cycle of infighting that would make it where the only people we would agree with to help progress are those who've what? Oppressed us. We would have one set of rules for our own people and another set of rules for those who have enslaved us. We would treat them with respect, cordiality and respect and love and reverence. But we would deem our own people unworthy of that same respect and honor. Right? And Willie Lynch even wrote in this. He says, listen, if you instill this and separate the woman from the man, put the woman in a higher position, on top of that, any man that would oppose our rule of power, we would make a public example of him where the only time we show a black man, a powerful, strong black man, is if he's defeated. We'll pull that black man apart, and if he's defeated, automatically, that's why they always come with George Floyd or someone else. Because these are people who were what? Dominated or destroyed by an empire. And automatically that has a psychological effect on the people. Women want to make sure that their sons don't end up being like George Floyd, right? Make sure you agree, make sure you do this, and make a son docile in fear of losing him. That's a Willie Lynch psychological programming that they continue through media. Make the man docile. Put the woman in a more aggressive position in fear of her losing her men, her boys. Raise the daughters domineering in a higher position. Give them all the subsidies, or give them all the rewards for obedience, and they'll keep the rest of us at bay. Willie Lynch said, and I'm just quantifying it because I don't want to stick on Willie Lynch. I'm just quantifying it, Elder Lawya. Willie Lynch said, if you put this in place, guess what? Eventually we'll be able to put the whips away. They'll control each other for us. Unless, Elder Lawya, this will stay in place for at least 200 to 400 years. Unless something comes in, a phenomenon must interact in between us and them in order for this program to be utterly eradicated. That means what he was saying, Elder Lawya, it's going to take something from the outside of this world to change this. Right? These people will perpetually stay slaves unless a phenomenon breaks the programming. A phenomenon must happen on the outside of us, because why? There's nothing in our system that's established, which has actually been given to us, that gives us the keys to break this psychosis called slavery. And this is why I titled this, Elder Lawya, and I call it psychosis because exactly that's what it is. Only the truth can free a slave. So what I want to hear from brothers and sisters, when did you know, when did you understand the truth? And at what point did you realize, listen to me clearly, At what point did you realize that with this particular truth, it could free you? Now, some people might say, well, free me from what? What do you mean, Elder Lawya, free me? Or Elder Rawchaa, free me? Like, for instance, an example. When the sister called up yesterday and had last week, Elder Lawya, and had questions about the dietary law, showing an exegesis of how the Christians teach it's okay to eat anything. Let me tell you, I could feel the strong man that was binding her release when she said, "Oh, now I see." In that instance, she was free from a demon or a spirit that was blocking her from understanding the importance of obedience and following God's law, even when it comes to the minor things like what to eat. At that moment, Elder Lawya, she was free. And you know what set her free? The truth. And people might say, well, Elder Rawchaa. No, all I did, Elder Lawya, I used the scriptures she brought forth and edified. All of her life in Christian church, she was bound with uncleanliness, unknowingly believing that she was doing the right thing. I'm a good person. I serve Christ. I go to church every Sunday. I respect my fellow man. I love other people. And all of these actions are important and are merited. And through that, your name can be written in the book of life. Right? Because what? In time past, the Most High winked at our ignorance, but now command everyone everywhere to repent. So the Most High is not going to judge you for what you did in ignorance. She was following Christ the best way she could. But what was the problem? What's the problem? By eating unclean food, she was killing herself. She was doing all this for everyone else. All this admirable work in Christ for everyone else, but didn't realize by not following the laws of God, the food she was consuming was actually killing her. So I'm using that as an example. Only the truth can free a slave. When did you know? When did you know that you've received the truth? When did it hit you? And what did Christ free you from? And I want to hear everyone out there tonight when I open up these calls to give their testimony. Because this is how we got to where we are today in the spirit of the Most High, Elder Lawya. 100,000 subscribers. I didn't do it. Okay? You did it. You did it. Okay? And through these work, so obviously, if all of you have subscribed, been listening to the lessons, I'm sure there was places in your life in which you needed a word, needed an understanding on what to do, and the Most High freed you from that bondman by giving understanding. Elder Lawya, let's get to the truth real quick. St. John 14:6. Get that for me. Just get that for me. Only truth. You can put it up here the next time, right? Only truth can free a slave. What is truth then? Truth isn't subjective, which means there's no such thing as someone claiming that it's their truth. It's my truth. That's one of the most idiotic terms I've ever heard in my life. Well, that's my truth. Truth isn't subjective. Okay? Truth is clear. Okay, it's not, you can't have a truth for yourself that's, that's a lie to someone else. Truth is absolute. Here's the truth. Right? LCD cleaning kit. Okay? That's the truth. That this stuff cleans computer screens. That's not my truth. This solution was made to clean computer screens. That's absolute truth. It tells me here, LCD cleaning kit. That's not subjective. I can't look at this and say my truth is that what's in this blue container seems as, and I'll make it, and I'll make believe, or my truth is that this is orange juice. Okay. Now it says LCD cleaning kit here. Right? So the truth is absolute, folks. Now someone can look at this and say, well, my truth is, because how I feel, this is orange juice. This is vitamin C. See? So one of the most idiotic terms I'm hearing cropping up all over the earth is when someone outright denies reality, their response now is, well, it's my truth. Nah. You can perceive differently, but there's only one truth. And it's time that we began to break down these gray areas so that we'll understand for our own sake, and knowing that the time is short. It's time to break down these gray areas and understand what a truth is and what a lie is. Because only truth can free a slave. So let's find out what the truth is. The absolute truth in this earth is, according to God. St. John 14:6. Let's read it, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. St. John 14, verse 6.
Read.
Yeshua said unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life.
Read that again.
Yeshua said unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life.
I am the way, the truth, and the life. The way is a path. The truth is absolute. And on that path is life. This is how slaves are freed. Folks, why do you think so many people during Christ's time wanted him crucified? Think about it. Think about it, brothers and sisters. Why did they want him crucified? Because if you're in Christ, you're hard to control. You're free. You're free. You got the path. You understand the law. You know your purpose. And by understanding that, he also gives us insight on what? Our enemies' conspiracies against us. And this is how we navigate to life. This is how we flee through these lies into what? Freedom. They wanted him dead because someone that understands Christ's truth cannot be controlled. We going into it. Read that again, Elder Lawyer. And please do us a favor, hit the like button. It doesn't cost you anything to do so. Let's do it. Come on.
Yes, sir. St. John 14, verse 6. Yeshua saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me.
You cannot come to God but through Christ, through the path that was set in this earth by the Most High God sending his Son. He's the way, the truth, the life, and no man cometh to the Father but by him. Buddha have never been the way. Modern day Christianity definitely isn't the way. It's Babylonian mysticism. That's what Christianity is. When you peel back the layers, it's Babylonian mysticism. Islam has never been the way. Muhammad isn't the way. Buddha isn't the way. Read it again.
Yeshua saith unto them, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me.
No man cometh to the Father but by me. That's clear and crystal. Now, listen to me clear. Elder Lawya, let's get when they try to claim that what Christ was doing was in the name of Beelzebub.
Yes, sir.
Let's get that real quick.
Yep. St. Matthew chapter 12, verse number 22.
Now, let me show y'all something real quick. Now, we understand that Christ is the truth, right? Now, I'm going to give you an example of Christ setting me free. I received the word and understood that he was the Son that was sent since the beginning to establish a righteous people in this earth. Moses received the law, a covenant between the Most High God of heaven and our people. Our people disobeyed that law, sinned against that law, and thereby suffered a curse. But in that law was another law, a law that we could redeem our original inheritance according to bloodline. We could inherit that in that same law if there was a sacrifice without blemish for the sins of our forefathers. Well, it was prophesied in that same law that one would come to be that sacrifice without blemish. And through that sacrifice, we would one day receive the promise of sons again. And we would receive the law again in our hearts like our forefathers received on Mount Sinai. And Christ would deliver that understanding spiritually into our hearts to understand that we're not just people who were born to serve. Our children aren't those people either. We ought to protect these children with our lives because these children that are coming from us are the children of the promise. And the truth is, through that blood that was sacrificed according to that law, the truth is, and it was revealed to us, the truth, our name, our identity and purpose as the children of Israel. That's the truth. And no other people out there can tell me that's a lie. Right? The only way they can convince me of anything, if they were to come to me and say, well, you're not an Israelite. According to bloodline, you're this. Until they can come to me and tell me, because obviously to prove a lie, one must present the truth. See? So I understand what truth is because truth reveals truth. Truth revealed our name back to us like it was prophesied. The Most High have given us an identity, and with that identity, a purpose. That's the truth. And no one can claim is a lie unless you're going to come with the proof that we're someone else. Anybody can say, well, I don't believe that. Where's your blood test? Where that? Listen, I don't want to hear the gray area crap anymore. Because everything y'all have tried, everything you've brought forth, never freed our people. It kept us further enslaved. It kept us further confused, searching. And I say beyond any shadow of a doubt that Christ has revealed that we are the true children of Israel. And if we're not, you present the contrary. If we're not Israelites, what are we? Who are we? And I'm issuing that challenge for those who don't believe tonight. Because you just can't come up and try to just throw doubt and misdirection out there. If you're going to tell me I'm not an Israelite, you're going to come with proof of who I am. Well, no one know that. Exactly. So you cannot say for sure I'm not, right? So we're going to open up these lines in a moment. And I want brothers and sisters to actually give their testimonies because only truth can free a slave. And I want to hear how the Most High freed you through Christ. Like that sister was freed last week. Okay. And understanding the dietary law. And if there's somebody out there who believe that we can eat anything we want and Christ will excuse it, guess what? You're open to call this evening also. Okay. Elder Lawya, let's go to the bondman in Matthew 12 real quick.
Yes, sir. St. Matthew chapter 12, verse number 22.
Come on.
Then was brought unto him one possessed with a devil, blind and dumb, and he healed him insomuch that the blind and dumb both spake and saw. And all the people were amazed and said, Is not this the son of David? But when the Pharisees heard it, they said, This fellow doeth not cast out devils, but by Beelzebub, the prince of devils.
Now, folks, why did the Pharisees and scribes say that? Why? See, because there's two ways of casting out demons. See? One through the Spirit of Christ, which is a healing, separating the spirit from the person by identifying the spirit. Now, we all know where demons come from. They come from the celestial mixed with terrestrial. They're called evil spirits, and they were created out of evil. And because there was no place in the earth or in heaven for them, they would roam the earth after the flood, seeking those familiar with the sin that they executed during the flood. These are the demons. These are the spirits of giants. Nephilim. Now, there's two ways of casting out spirits. One through Christ's name or through exorcism. Now, this may be too high for a few people, but I did the research on all this. Exorcisms are different than what Christ did and the disciples did when it came to casting out spirits. Ancient Babylonian priests who wore the fish hats like you see the Pope wear today, when their families, Gentile families in Babylon would have a family possessed with demons, they would take it to one of those priests, a Babylonian priest. Now check out what the priest would do. The priest would take a what? A live pig of the age of 3 or older and place it on the side of the possessed person. Why? Because according to Babylonian myth, and I'm going to be bringing this out. I bring out the history in the academy, but I don't got time to bring you the books and all that right now. But under the Babylonian ritual of exorcism, they would put a pig next to the person. Because the pigs would try to keep the person as a host unless it has something filthy to go into. Because what gave them access to the person? Filth, sin. So there was other ways of casting out spirits that were known to even the Pharisees and the scribes outside of what Christ was doing. But what they tried to do was claim Christ was doing it under the Babylonian exorcism. Because this is what people were familiar with. But no, this was something different. Because under exorcisms, they must identify a spirit or a demon that could actually do what? Cast out a lower ranking demon. But then that spirit take precedent, where the person is still suffering from demon activity. Now that's what the Catholic Church does. They don't free people. There's demonic agreements to free them, their child, from one issue like the exorcism where the demons are not in them no more. But yet that child is suffering when they get older with something else like promiscuity, becoming a harlot, losing their minds. So they're not totally free. There's a demon that replaced that. New activity through a new demon with what? Demonic agreement. So the Babylonians would have a pig next to the person, Babylonian priests, especially they sitting there like exorcists, head spinning around, stuff coming out of their mouth. They would have a pig next to the person. And then they would do what? They would pray through these invocations. And that's what the Catholic Church does in Latin. And the spirit would leave the person and you would see the pig run off and they know the demon was in the pig and they would drag the girl out of the room. See? See, and this is why when Christ cast out those spirits out of the man, they asked to go into a herd of pigs. They was afraid that he was going to cast them into the abyss. See? They were afraid he was going to cast them into the abyss. And they say, cast me into a herd of pigs, because that's what they're used to going into, filth. And this is the filth they're feeding our families. And you wonder why we are obese, that there's chaos and confusion all through our neighborhoods, because we're bound with demons that we're eating and consuming and becoming what we are eating. When we prayed over our food, clean food, it was to our God, and that God kept us protected. But when you deal with unclean food and the spirits, you're dealing with total demon possession. And we start acting out like the uncleanliness we're consuming. Now, I wanted to highlight that. I'm going to be showing the Babylonian history also in the academy. But a lot of you don't understand how deeply rooted a lot of this stuff is. The different ways in which they control us in our communities. But Christ came to make us free. So I started doing research. I'm like, hold up. Christ and the disciples don't do exorcisms. What is an exorcism? And you know where exorcisms come from? Ancient Babylon, the agreements of spirits. Finish reading, Elder Lawya. Let's go down.
Yes, sir. Verse 25. And Yeshua knew their thoughts and said unto them, every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation.
Every kingdom that's brought against itself is brought to desolation. This is why they have set up infighting amongst our people and separated us into divisions. Man against the woman, woman against the man. When there's no nation without family. Read.
Every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation, and every city or house divided against itself shall not stand.
Come on.
And if Satan cast out Satan, he is divided against himself. How then shall his kingdom stand?
How shall his kingdom stand? And this is what he's saying. But he wasn't just saying this for them who was accusing him. He was saying this to the people who were watching also. Like, how is the work I'm doing benefiting Satan's kingdom when what I'm teaching is tearing his kingdom down and are freeing people? Wouldn't that be Satan working against his own interests? Right? So check out all these people looking at Christ heal people, and now it cannot be denied that he is the one that was prophesied and sent. Christ, Yeshua, is the truth, revealing his power before all man, which cannot be denied. Only to be faced with people looking at it without giving God the glory, would rather say that, yeah, it's happening. No one can deny it's happening. But the devil, he's doing this under Satan. So Christ came back logically and said, would that make any sense? Wouldn't that be counterproductive for Satan to set up someone who's freeing people from him? So this is what happens, folks, when no one can deny the truth. They gotta try to demonize it or to minimize the power that God is utilizing to free people. People have always been that way. They have to think there's some negative angle or something wrong, because why? Why? Because if they seen it for what it is, then the question comes to themselves. Listen, I have nothing to do with it. I could care less. But at the end of the day, they would have to examine it. If they thought it was the truth and knew it was the truth, then the question comes within themselves. Well, why am I on the sideline? If what I'm witnessing is what the Most High said would happen, why am I not doing it with them? So the way to absolve themselves is to claim that something is wrong with it. Satan is casting out demons here, y'all. Beelzebub. He's doing this under Beelzebub. And Christ came back logically and say, can Satan cast out Satan? How would that benefit his kingdom with me healing people and actually freeing them from the bonds he had them under? How does that benefit him? See, and this is why they wanted Christ out of here, because Christ was logical. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse number 27. And if I by Beelzebub cast out devils, by whom do your children cast them out? Therefore they shall be your judges.
Therefore they shall be your judges. Because eventually, down the line, brothers and sisters, these children would receive the truth and will judge their foreparents for being so ignorant, and during the time even Christ denying the truth. And it's a lot of people out there today, because Christ is still working in this earth through his ministries. There's people out there till this day who would deny Christ and the truth. I mean, look how much pushback we get, Elder Lawyer. And the only thing we did was go into the principles of Christ and point it out bullet point, as so simple children could understand it. These are the tenets that was established through Christ's ministry, and we name them all. But instead of people saying, you know what? Well, what I was taught was wrong, what I'm doing is wrong, they would rather claim that the principles are incorrect or misunderstood. I know Christ said that, but we don't understand it that way. How many people now, when they see the work of Christ, which is the truth, totally dismiss it or try to claim it's of the devil. And these are the people you have to watch. You have to understand. Right? So, brothers and sisters, here we are. The talking has come to an end. If you are a Christian out there, the lines are open for you. Because there's been a lot of talking out there, Elder Lawya. A lot of talking that we're not teaching this correct, we're not teaching that correct. But, if they want to come in, I'll hear them also. But I really want to hear from our brothers and sisters, Elder Lawya. I want to hear from those who have helped us get to this milestone of 100,000. Only truth can free a slave. When did you know that you were free? When did you receive this truth? And when did you realize that the Most High did what? Freed you from what? A strong man. What strong man? Let me give you an example of a strong man. Finish reading, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir. Verse 27. And if I by Beelzebub cast out devils, by whom do your children cast them out?
Read.
Therefore they shall be your judges.
Come on.
But if I cast out devils by the Spirit of God, then the kingdom of God is come unto you.
Listen, but if I cast out devils by the Spirit of God, if I came here to help free my people, then the kingdom of God is come unto you. Everything I'm doing, Christ is saying everything I'm doing is to help you. How can that be wrong? How can you try to find wrong in me helping our people? Because it only benefits you. Listen to what Christ is saying. Everything I'm doing is to benefit you. Right? This is what he's telling these so-called scribes and Pharisees or naysayers. Read.
Verse number 29.
29 is the one.
Or else how? Yes, sir. Or else how can one enter into a strong man's house and spoil his goods, except he first bind the strong man, and then he will spoil his house?
Exactly. Christ bringing some more common sense to the conversation. In order for me to have healed that man, I had to bind the spirit that was harming him first. So I wasn't just battling on one level. There was a demon blocking that brother or blocking that sister or harming that brother or harming that sister. I couldn't look at him as the issue. I had to bind the spirit that was harming him first to free him of that spirit. See? And this is why he said, can Satan cast out Satan? In order for me to help this person, I had to bind the demon that was trying to harm him first. Right? You had demons that blinds the eyes where one cannot see, that stop up the ears, that prohibits hearing. These are demons. And Christ was able to identify Satan's devices, and he would actually bound the demon first and cast out the demon, and then the person was healed. Right? Read.
Yes, sir. Or else how can one enter into a strong man's house and spoil his goods, except he first bind the strong man, and then he will spoil his house?
And then he will spoil his house. And here's one point Christ made before them all. Read the next verse, Elder Lawya.
Verse 30. He that is not with me is against me.
Period. Read.
And he that gathereth not with me scattereth abroad.
And he who don't gather with us, with me, scattereth abroad. Because it's what they're saying, claiming that he's doing this in under Satan's power. Is that helping the people to come together against the Roman Empire who's about to destroy them? No, that's to sow doubt in people, so that they don't pick up their plow, use their hands to work and gather the people. So either you're with it or try to be a naysayer and cause people to do what? Doubt and become what? Against the body of Christ. As a lone wolf straying alone, a lone bull straying alone, only looking to scatter. Elder Lawya, let's talk about it real quick, because what I want to go into is only truth can free a slave, right? And I want to hear brothers and sisters' testimony tonight, and I'm going to open up the lines for them now. It's 8:50, so that they can give us a testimony when that groundbreaking moment happened, when they realized it was like Christ turned a key in their mind and unlocked everything in which they seen the world as he would intend them to see it. And we all had those moments, and since we had 100,000 subscribers, we want to hear about those moments. Only the truth can do what? Free a slave. When did Christ free you? When did Christ free you? Elder Lawya, I'm going to call you right back. We're going to get the brothers and sisters on the phone. You know how we do it, right?
Yes, sir.
And then after that, hey, a matter of fact, let me get them on the line real quick, Elder Lawya. Real quick.
Yes, sir.
All right. Hold tight.
All right.
515-605-9327. Right? Let's go. And happy Purim, brothers and sisters. Happy Purim. Let's go.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please enter your host PIN. When finished, press the pound key.
All right. All right. All right.
As you're calling back into a live show, we are reconnecting
All
you
right.
now. Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blog Talk Radio.
All right. We're live on Blog Talk. I hope you can all hear us clearly. If you brothers and sisters are interested in calling in and giving your testimony, we're here at 100,000 subscribers, which could have never been possible without your help. We'd like to thank you all. Testimony time, right after Purim. That's right. You see the title, Only Truth Can Free a Slave. Yeah, I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of good testimonies out there that people don't know about. When they hear about the truth, especially when your families, when they hear about Israelites, they go straight online and on cue. Only all the negative stuff concerning Israelites come up on cue. Without hearing the personal testimonies, your family never hear out there personally how it changed your life. When you were in the streets, they didn't have as much concerns as they do now that you're no longer in the streets. Notice that. There was more of a concern when you was doing something wrong. If you was a Muslim, you was a Christian, if you was out there doing all types of stuff, no one was paying attention. But soon as you find out the truth of your, of your forefathers, the truth that the Bible belongs to you, that we are the children of God, everyone has an issue. Well, let's talk about it tonight. Tonight, right now. Only the truth can free a slave. And I'm so glad the Most High revealed the truth to me. 315 area code.
Good testimonies out there.
315 area code.
When they hear about the truth, especially when your families, when they hear about.
Okay, 315, I'll come back to you. Make sure that I'm not playing in the background, okay? 618 area code.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. How are you? Good evening.
All right, hi. I'm fine. My name is Marcus from the St. Louis body.
Okay. How are you, Mark?
I'm fine.
Okay.
And the way the truth set me free. Well, I've been in the truth since 2013. But I really stuck with the law and truth, and I really stuck with it in 2020. And Christ broke me free from looking at my brothers and sisters and people in general like the enemy. Like, it taught me how to love more. And observing, like, I started to observe the way I act in and out of public. And that knowing that, like, if I keep the law and do right by people, the Most High will help me and make my life easier. And, hello?
Now, there's one thing you said that stood out, that before the truth, you sort of seen your own people as the enemy. Like, give me an example of that, because that's deep in of itself. That's, that in of itself is a deeply rooted programming that keeps us slaves, right?
Right.
It keeps us slaves because regardless of what goes on, right? The enemy would like us to see our people less than, or how they portray us. And then when we begin to see that activity amongst our own people, it makes us resent our own, right? But then when that sets in, it's like what? An individual spirit. I'm going to get mine, right? I'm going to get mine. These people are doing whatever they want to do, whatever the case is. I could care less. That's what the enemy wanted. But Christ showed you something greater. He allowed through this truth for you to see in our people what he see in our people. Even through faults, even though the criminality and all the things that our people do outright, that some of us are ashamed of. But the reality of the matter exists. The reality of the matter are the fact that they're us and we're them. And there's no separating ourselves from it.
Right?
Right?
You're right.
But go ahead, I'm listening to you.
Mm-hmm. All right. For like example, like far as like me not looking at my brothers and sisters as enemies. Like for example, like last week, a guy cut me off in traffic, but it was his fault. But he was looking at me like, like what you want to do. Now my old self, would have been cussing and trying to get out the car, and fight. But now since I know the truth, you got to know that people have certain spirits on them, and you got to be able to discern that and know that it's not really them. It's just, what's in them. And, Christ taught us, the Most High taught us that we should love our people Because if you treat anybody bad, it's like you're treating the Most High bad too. So yeah, that's you know.
Hey, brother,
How I feel about my people now. So now,
you know what? That's deep in of itself, because I'm gonna show you how the enemy works. If you still had that view that you used to have before the Most High set you free, to see your people as He sees them, you probably would have been rolled down the window, probably said a few expletives and moved, and it could have been bang bang. It could have been a day in which you could have regretted even having. It could have been one of those days that could have ended everything.
Exactly.
You see how the Most High worked, though? You seen it, you understood it, and didn't what? You didn't interact with the demon or spirit, right? And through that, possibly, not to say, not to say that it's an absolute, you probably even avoided a confrontation and lived another day because of it. Right?
yeah.
Now, I'm sure.
Yes.
Go ahead.
You're exactly right.
Yeah. Because
Road
rage is real. What, right?
It really is.
Road rage is real. Brother, I'm going to show you. Hold on. What's going on with Lawya here? Lawya, are you there? Lawya, are you there? Hold on. Hold on 1 second, okay?
Okay.
I'm just bringing Lawya in real quick. I don't know what's going on there. But anyway, I'm going to show you what happened to me the other day real quick, right? One thing that the truth has done for me is that it doesn't allow me. Well, put it this way. Me being a child of God could never accept disrespect by others who used to disrespect us, or would see or would try to deal with me less than who God made me. That's another example how the Most High set me free. Right? Example I can give you, and there's a certain pride that comes with the truth. And I'm not talking about carnal pride, righteous pride, where I'm not going to allow you to treat me any less than who I am, a son of the Most High. Now, there's businesses out there that have suffered under this so-called COVID campaign for the last couple of years. So I try in good earnest to, if I can, not give money to more so the big corporate structures if I could. But more so if I have something that need to be fixed or something like that, I try to find the mom and pops or the smallest stores that were affected by all that happened, right? If I can find some help amongst the church or people who can do it, I rather just prefer them. But if there's some expertise that I know that's not within the church, I make phone calls and try to find how I can help others, right? And still get a service done.
Mm-hmm.
I called someone yesterday, brother, right? And I needed I needed a service done that would cost upward $1,000 to get fixed. And I'm sure that money could have helped someone, right? An Italian guy owns the business, and he gets on the phone. And of course, he hears that I'm a brother. I'm black, of course. There's no way I'm on the phone and you don't know who I am. Or what I am, at least. And he started talking dismissive, like, yeah. And I was totally respectful. I make sure when I'm on the phone, I'm respectful to everyone. Yeah. Tell me what you want. I'm a busy man. Blah, blah, blah. He said he's a busy man. And you could tell he had an Italian accent. I'm like, sir, what? I'm like, sir, what did you say? I'm like, I'll tell you what, sir. I'm a pretty busy man too. Now, according to this service, upward to $1,000, I would expect you to cordially respect someone who's supporting your business in a hard time. And then he's trying to reel it back. I'm like, sir, it's okay. I'm taking my money someplace else. All due respect, I'll pray for you. But learn to be respectful of others who actually support you. Sir, I don't even know you and was about to give you hard-earned money. Okay? But but I said, sir, there's some people out there that's going to appreciate this, especially after a couple of years. Then he tried to, but no, he was condescending and disrespectful because that's the way, you can tell that's the way he was used to talking to us. And actually, without pushback. Without pushback. But what the Most High have done, it have made us understand we are the children of Israel. And I'm not going to be indignant with you, but guess what? You're not going to treat me any less than who I am, a child of God. And if you interact with me, either way, it's going to be an experience that you'll remember. Okay? And
Right.
see, but that's the pride the Most High have instilled with that name. I will be treated no less than the Prince of the Power, Yasha Allah. And I'm sure this guy will never forget that phone call, brother. I wasn't indignant. I didn't respect him, but I was able to lay it out and articulate to him how wrong his behavior is when it comes to him interacting with our people. Okay?
Right.
I don't care if he was an Italian.
You know,
Listen, yeah, I don't care if he's Italian. I don't care what, but you know what? I cared enough for him when I heard him to ask him for a service I was going to pay him for. Respectfully. And it's time that our people realize, guess what? You know what? If they don't understand anything, they may not respect who you are or used to interacting with our people a certain type of way, but what they do understand is money. And it comes a time where we have to start, that's right, making statements with our finances by pulling them back from those who continue to disrespect us. And that's something that let me tell you folks, that's a confidence. That's a confidence we were able to, that the Most High instilled with us with that name. But go on, brother.
Right. And and another thing is that, like, because I had, some problems with people at work, like getting into like debates and then letting the debates run my temper up, to the point where I'm talking and don't know like really like what I'm saying. But here lately, I've been praying, the Most I've been working on me with that.
Yeah.
And I've been really doing good here lately with, like, because you'll talk to people or somebody will try to get to arguing with you or something, like, and the Most High put it on me to like now, like, I'm watching my temper better, well, faster
Great.
than what, I used to.
Fantastic,
but,
brother.
That's all I really have. I really
Okay.
have nothing for real.
Okay,
That's
brother.
it.
All right. I'm going to place you on hold.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Shalom.
All right.
Okay, Elder Lawya is having issues. Hold tight. Let me see if I can fix this for Elder Lawya. One moment. I'm going to try it one more time, Elder Lawya, for you, because I want to make sure you're in case I have to go to scriptures. One moment.
Welcome to
One
Blog
moment.
Talk Radio.
All right. All right. Okay. All right. Lawya, I'm going to see if I can bring you back now because I may need you in case there are scriptures we must go through. I got my Bible here, but, two is better than one. All right, Elder Lawya, see if you're in now. Okay, Rosa has a testimony from 315 area code. How you doing, Rosa?
Shalom.
Shalom, how are you?
Fine, Elder. Shalom. Fine. I'm from Philly gathering. I just came into the truth.
Okay.
But my testimony is that I was in Bible school and another ministry school, to study the Word of God.
Okay.
And I had, different titles in the church and everything. So one Tuesday, I went to my class as usual. I was in the class, and I was sitting there, and all of a sudden, I became so bored. And the teacher was talking, and everything kind of like drowned it out. And I was like, well, what is wrong with me? And then something said, get out of here, right? So then I don't even know how I came to get one of your videos. And I was watching it, and then you was teaching, and then a lot of questions that I had, you answered, because I used to wonder how the Lord, when the children of Israel would cry out for help, he came to them, and how we cry every day. But I was thinking I was a Gentile, because that's how they taught us in the church. And then when you taught about I am that I am and the true name of God, all of those, that started a chain in me and broke me away from the lies. I was able to see through it and not be afraid to leave it. Because at first you'd be like, I don't know. Maybe this is the enemy talking, But that's how Yeshua freed me, by opening my eyes and my ears, my spiritual ear to hear, to come out of that. But now that I am in the truth and everything, and, I try to tell my family, because my family, a lot of my daughters, they're in school, they're ministers and all that. So they be giving me a lot of, oh, mommy, please, But Yeshua taught me that I have to love them and be understanding, because before I would have just said, oh, they going to hell because they don't know nothing. But now I know better not to say that. I understand that it's through him that frees us, that we cannot free ourselves.
Exactly.
It's only God that can free us. That's what I came, and that's how the Lord freed me. And not only me, my goddaughter, she was in the same class, but she was like 2 years ahead of me, more advanced. And I didn't speak to her, and she didn't speak to me. And Yeshua freed her too, and we both came to the truth, and we both in the gathering at Philadelphia.
Thank you, and welcome to the truth. Elder Lawya, there's something that stood out in particular that she said. Let me bring you back in. There's one thing that stood out in particular, and that highlights what we were going into. Can Satan cast out Satan? There's so many arguments when it comes to the conversation about the name of God. Right? Some people says, let me tell you, there was no argument out there when it was confusion. There was no arguments when people were calling on Allah, God, Yahweh, Jehovah. No soon as we came out with that teaching the true name of God, something happened. It seemed like everyone started scurrying in and looking in and saying, well, okay, he did say I am that I am. How do I justify the God I've been upholding all this time? And they started lashing out at us when the only thing we did was give you the name he gave Moses. It was right there in the Torah. Even the Jewish people that we've spoken to couldn't deny that that was his name. Right? But how many people, Elder Lawya, have called up and stated that was the turning point in my awakening? When I seen the true name of the Most High, or the 12 lost tribes found, something happened. Right? Countless people. So the question is, if it's wrong, can Satan cast out Satan? Right? If that turned people's life around where they began to follow the law and follow the truth of this Bible, how could those be wrong when it led people to the Almighty? Can Satan cast out Satan? Another example, I didn't know if you wanted to touch in on that, but that stands out to me, how so many people came into this knowledge strictly by a video, us breaking down the Most High's name. Right?
That point in particular, I think that point out. Another thing to sit.
Okay, is something is wrong with your mic over there?
Lawya, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's good. Go on. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you laid it out pretty clearly in regards to that. I think just one thing I wanted to highlight that the sister stated that was very powerful is the fact that only he has the power to free us. And saying that in reference to family members and others who have yet to awaken, sometimes you get upset, you get frustrated with them, not realizing that the power is it's only by the Most High in Christ that people are delivered. It's only by his grace and his mercy that we received it, and it's going to be by his grace and mercy that others receive this as well. So definitely powerful call. Great call.
The water, Elder, and that's a great point in itself, because it doesn't matter how much we try to press someone to see what we see. Until the Most High open their eyes, or they decide within themselves they want to see the truth, the truth will never be seen. So it's a two-way street. It's a two-way street. First of all, something has to happen in a person's life to be humbled to actually receive it. Something has to happen in their life. Right? Something. They have to be at a point in their life to be able to receive it. Right? And then another thing, the Most High has to deliver that to that person. The Most High can only clear their eyes and open their ears. Great point, Elder Lawya. I really appreciate that. All right, let's go to the next call real quick. Rosa, we did Rosa. Okay, we have Cora has a comment and a question. And take your time, brothers and sisters. There is no rush. I'm going to be patient with you tonight. If we have to get through all the calls, we'll do so, because this is my appreciation to all of you for helping us get to that 1,000 subscriber mark, 100,000 subscriber mark. It couldn't have happened without you. Cora comments. Cora has a comment and or a question, or both.
Good evening, Elder. First of all, I want to congratulate you on the reaching the $100,000 subscriber mark.
Praise the Most High.
And wish everybody happy Purim. Okay, my testimony is, when I was in a Christian church, I knew that there was still more to it than what was there, and I was looking and searching, but I was digging for more information, but I was digging down the wrong hole. I was, even going to things like taking psychic classes and thinking that would give me some insight or something. Then I later learned that, that's the wrong way, so I stopped that. And then it was a few years later that a former coworker sent me the video, the 12 Lost Tribes Found, and I'm like, wow, you mean all along? And I was so excited, I quit the unclean foods cold turkey, and it was really a sacrifice to give up the crab. Now, pork was not a big thing with me. I was never really big on that. The only thing was like the bacon. I had to find a substitute for my breakfast.
Okay.
But I kind of missed the crab, because I like going to Red Lobster, and I really like that one dish, the flounder stuff with devil crab, et cetera, and all of that. But once I found that video, once I saw that video, I was so excited, and I was on Facebook, and I told all of my church members that I had gone to, all of the Israelite church members, or all the colored folks, and I told all of them, I sent them a personal message, each and everything, and everybody else just kind of ignored me. I was a little put out, nobody was excited as I was. I mean, you are you're the Most High's favorite, and everybody just kind of ignored me. And I was even talking about it on Facebook, and this one friend of mine, a longtime friend, she's not only just a friend on Facebook, but a friend from years back. I'd known her ever since she was since we were kids, and she mentioned to me. She said, "Give it a rest. Nobody cares." I'm like,
she said, "Give it a rest. And no one cares."
Yeah, right. Because I was always posting something about us being another Israelite. No, give it a rest. So she ended up unfriending me on Facebook. And I'm like, oh well. And then here lately, I had I was so discouraged. I said, how can nobody be, excited about being the Most High's favorite, So then about several months ago, I had a friend that had contacted me about the Kool-Aid and trying to find a way to get a religious exemption and so forth. And we were talking about that. And then I ended up asking her.
You mean the Jim Jones juice?
Yeah, right, yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly. And so she was giving me some videos and information that was secular information. And so I said, well, this parallels what I've been learning, through the church and talking and so forth. And I said, oh, by the way, but did you know that we were the chosen before I started talking to you about this? She said, no, I didn't. Well, to make a long story short, she saw some, referred her to some of your videos and everything. And then I found out that she enrolled in the Bible Academy. This is her first academy. And then I later learned that she brought in she sponsored another friend or lent her money to get started. And so I've got two in the academy that are in the truth now, which I said, well, I guess that makes up for all these other people that ignored me and everything. So I said I was kind of excited about that. And so I've been talking with them off and on and everything. So, but as far as the change in my life, the biggest change is my dietary change in the dietary.
You know what?
And then also with your videos.
All right, I'm listening. Go ahead. I'm listening. Come on.
Oh, also, okay. And also with your videos, I said it answered a lot of questions even before I got in the academy. It answered a lot of questions when I started listening. I said, well, that's what really grabbed me. Reached out and grabbed me, your videos that explain what was going on and why the world is the way it is.
Man, and but that shows the power of the Almighty. One man planteth, another man watereth, but the Most High gives an increase, right? And I wanted to say that by saying, sister, I mean, I have to admire your persistence. And because of that, look how many people already you have turned on to the truth, where they have actually joined the academy. That's a mighty
right.
Sister. Let me tell you, when one person turns to the truth, the angels rejoice. And because of your voice, let me tell you, the heavens rejoice when one person turned from this world to the truth. The scriptures breaks it down. The angels rejoice because the ministering spirits have always worked to turn us back to the Almighty. One soul comes back and the heavens rejoice. And here it is, through your perseverance, two people are learning the truth. Now, I need to know this in particular so I'll know how to tell her this, what I'm teaching right now, because right now a lot of what I'm teaching is high meat, right? It's high understanding. How long is this? Is this their first academy? The people that you've introduced?
My friend's first academy. My friend and her friend. My
Okay.
friend and my friend's friend. This is the first academy.
All right. So you hear that, Lawya? So Lawya, what we're going to have to do, even in this academy, we're going to have to break things down when we teach, right? From the level they understand first coming into the truth. So even when we deal with this lesson, We're going to deal with it from the understanding they already have and say, well, this is what this is what they wanted you to believe, right? But this is how it is, right? So
Absolutely.
So it's good to know when we have, newbies, so that we don't teach things as if you already understood prior academies. So we're going back to the ABCs, but sometimes the ABCs is the good stuff, right? So to carry these people along to understand the doctrine by starting with what they already understood and say, well, no, it was wrong here, but according to the word, this is how we understand those scriptures. And Elder Lawya, what we have to do early, because I was going to go into the Hyksos history, but let's not do that. Let's go into color and the Bible. Color and the Bible, so we can show the conspiracy of them turning black people into Hamites or Gentiles to make us believe that the Most High cursed us with the curse of Ham. And you notice how when she came in, she says, well, I thought I was a Gentile. That was a systematic plan so that we as a people over in slavery here couldn't relate to our foreparents as Israelites back home, back in Israel. So they had to put us into an entirely different family of Ham. A lot of our people just think we're Gentiles. So this is why it doesn't concern them when you say Israelites. Right? So I'm going to make sure I touch on these things this coming Sunday, sister, with you in mind and these new people that are coming. What's the importance of being a child of the promise? And we're going to teach from the understanding from where they left off, the Christian church. So thank you for informing us with that.
And I'd also like to make mention of the fact that my friend and I went over the birth of Christ, and we were talking about Semiramis and Talmud, and I showed us some things we went over, was looking up and Googling some things on that. Now, I got a quick question. At the time that Queen Esther saved her people, was that after the time that the northern kingdom was taken out?
No, that was
when they were carried away.
No, that was after they were already taken away.
Taken away. They were carried out at that time.
They was because we have what you're going to learn in this academy is there's four separate beasts of Daniel. You're going to learn that. The first was the Babylonian. You have the Babylonian Assyrian captivity, right?
Okay.
And then from the Babylonian Assyrian captivity, then we have the Persian Medo Empire. See, the North American Indians and those who came over here, the Indians and all that was in North, Central, and South America, they came over here during the what? During the Babylonian Assyrian captivity. Okay?
Oh, okay.
So the initial Assyrian captivity under Assyria is where we were taken out. And then subsequent to that, you got the Babylonian Empire that eventually began to take over Judah. Right? About 500 years before Christ would come on the scene. You had 721, then 200 years later, now the Babylonians begin to take us down. Right? I'm sorry. You got the Babylonian Assyrians, and then you have the Persian Medo Empire. The Persian Medo Empire come after the Babylonian Assyrian. So you got the Assyrians who took us down, then the Babylonians who took down Judah, Benjamin, and Levi and took us off the throne. Then it was Persia. Okay. Babylonian Assyrian, Persian Medo, and then after that you had the Greeks. Babylonian Assyrian, Persian Medo, then the Greeks. And then after the Greeks took us down and they made us Hellenist. We became Greek-speaking Jews, and this is where you get what? Greek fraternities. in colleges.
Okay.
That started under the Hellenistic period when they began to initiate us into sports and academia under the Greeks. And this is where you get your initial Hellenistic Greek fraternities amongst our people that are separate from the white fraternities. Right?
Okay.
And then it's the Roman Empire. Then it's the Roman Empire. And they ruled us, the Roman Empire, during the time that Christ would come in, right? During the time of the Romans, right?
Yeah, the Romans finished us off.
Yeah, so believe me, you're going to get all those dates in the literature and all of that, the sources, all of that. You'll have that before the academy's done. But Elder Lawya, right after we go into the promised seed, then we're going to go into color and the Bible, right? I'm even going to go into Tinsdale Bible to show you that the Tinsdale Bible, it even show you David and all of them were black people before the King James Version. And that Tinsdale was an actual black man in Europe. We're going to go into that. Also, subsequent to that, Elder Lawya, since we have a lot of Christians coming in, we're going to go into modern day Christianity. The Babylonian deception, which is the virgin birth. Did Christ have a father? Now, we're just going to leave it out there because most people are going to believe, well, he came through a virgin. Yes, he came through a virgin, but a virgin according to what? So hey, sister, you're helping a line. You're helping me with a lineup right now. Because listen, tell them to get their books ready. This lineup is going to be exactly how I'm saying, because I'm sure a lot of brothers and sisters in the academy would love it this way too. So we're going to hit and we're going to have a crescendo up to what? Islam and Judaism. Right after that, we're going into Islam and Judaism, the hidden religions of mysticism, how they work together.
Okay.
How they work together with these religions to cast a spell on our people in the communities. It's sorcery.
Great.
We're going to go to Christianity. Then we're going to go to the mysticism that comes through Judaism and Islam. Two sorcerers at the helm aiming witchcraft on our people in the communities. This is why there's so much chaos. So I'm going to be going into that. Hey, I got my lineup. Thank you, sister.
Okay.
Oh, we're going to have a good time in this academy. All right. Thank you, sister.
Okay.
All right. Bless you.
Okay. Shalom.
Shalom. And if you're interested, go to historytimes.org. Hey, Yashar Gabar. Man, when did you know? When did that thing hit you as far as the truth goes? I'm just interested. You know what I mean?
2016.
2016. And where were you and who introduced it to you?
I was sitting in Ross.
You was in Ross,
the clothing store.
A clothing store. And what happened?
Kawak. Brother Kawak.
Kawak, the one that deal with his basketball camps.
Yeah, he was actually one of my mentors from when I was in high school playing basketball.
So it was a basketball mentor who came to you and said what?
He said I was serving Satan.
Oh, man.
Just like that. Yeah.
Now, this is the guy that actually he sued something because of racism against him, right? That we brought out a few. Man, that Kawak, man, he's a strong brother. I can't wait to meet him.
Yeah.
So they exercise racism against him because his truth is actually permeating throughout the people he's mentoring. And it has now begun to affect and has affected those who've gone into the NBA, who all know they're Hebrews now.
Reggie Jackson. some real Paul George, some real big name people.
Okay, well, let's not, yeah, okay, all right. Well, we're going to talk after this, but, some interesting stories there. All right. We have Rosa. We had Rosa's testimony. And now let's get Christian Christian has a comment. 432 area code.
Shalom, elders. Hope everybody's well.
Shalom. How are you?
I'm doing good. So when I came into the truth, I'm going to put it two ways. So I was introduced to the truth back in 2017 by my father-in-law. And I used to be in the Army, and he would send me these y'all's videos for 3 years straight, and I did not watch not one. Actually, I attempted to watch one. Elder had his, both of y'all had geometries on, and I was like, oh no, I'm not Muslim. Because growing up, my mom was a Christian and my dad was a Muslim. I met Farrakhan, and I just knew that wasn't for me. But I automatically assumed by the Mitris that this was some type of Muslim teachings, but little to my surprise, it had nothing to do with it. My wife was watching one of your lessons, who was sent from her dad, and you guys were talking about susus, and you were teaching, you was like, this, talking about susu and how it was supposed to be meant for the community of, people that actually have the same beliefs and stuff. And I was like, man, that sounds real interesting. So I finished hearing you out on the lesson. And I was like, where'd you get that from? And she said, my dad sent it to me. And I looked at the video. You and Elder both had geometries on. And I was like, oh, okay. I was like, your dad been sending me these videos for 3 years, and I have not watched one.
Look at that.
And I was like, send me the link. So I'm going to watch some of them. And I had a lot of things going on at that time in my life. And I was operating this in, and there's two YouTube videos going around on the internet. There's this guy that died and went to heaven and hell. He's about 25 years old. And then there's another guy. These two videos, one of them was from like 2020, and the other one was from a couple years before that. And they both, went before the throne essentially, and they both received their judgment, and they were describing both of them almost to a T. And I was like, man, this is crazy. So at that moment, I was like, look, I always kind of told myself, if God told me to do something, I would do it. And so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do what God said to do. So I was still, considering myself a Christian. Even to today, I do. But I had called my pastor, who baptized me and my wife before we got married in the Christian church, and I was like, hey, Kendrick Lamar said we Israelites. Do you know anything about that? And he said, we're not Israelites. And I was like, okay, that's what I thought too. But I just wanted to check with you. And but something about it just didn't resonate with me. Then I had COVID had hit, so everybody was in the house, and I had started watching Pastor Todd on. I'm right here. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
All right, all right, all right. Yeah, there was a problem here with the mouse went wild. All right, brother, let's pick up from where we left off at. You still there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay. Let me tell you, boss, something wanted to stop that testimony, my brother. Let me tell you. The mouse went wild. Let me tell you, you wouldn't believe what just happened. But go on. Give us your testimony.
So, left off. So we had started watching Pastor Michael Todd on Transformation Church, and someone resonated with my wife about his teachings, and So my father-in-law kept sending the Wednesday night broadcast, and you were speaking, and it was just something you would say. Forgive me, Elder, but it was bothering me. I was like, who does he think he is teaching like this? Like, how is he so sure about what he's saying? Like, anything that you would say, it just came with this, like, pure confidence that there's no doubt in what you're saying and how you're saying it. And there was a Hebrew Bible Academy coming up. I think it was like probably like a week or two. And I was like, you know what? If my wife is saying there's something wrong with what she's hearing spiritually from Pastor Michael Todd, I'm going to give you a chance for 1 month. And if you grab my attention and spiritually feed me within this 1 month, I'll stick to it. And if not, I'm moving on. And it's been almost 2 years now.
You heard that, Lawya?
My wife got baptized in a year. It'll be a year in March.
Yes, sir.
Baptized. And we have no intentions on looking back. My children know the Most High and Yeshua's name. And I just been trying to learn everything that I can. I went back to some of your old school videos and dissected them as much as possible, rubbed the scriptures down, and just trying to have real life application now. So to answer the question, the truth was introduced to me 3 years ago, but I wasn't officially caught in the net until about a year and a half ago.
Man, this is amazing to me. I can understand why all hell broke loose in the midst of your testimony. The mouse went whack. And just, let me tell you, the mouse, and I'm looking at the mouse, and it's turned upside down. When I turned it back around, I couldn't even get the batteries out of the thing to reset it. It was, then the Hebrew Bible Academy commercial came on, right? Almost without me even hitting things because things was going haywire. And now you tell me after this, Elder Lawya, you can't make this up. Now you tell me that it was something about the teachings after your family been sending you clips for 3 years that you denied actually looking into. You went to another pastor by the name of Pastor Todd. He said, he just told you outright we're not Israelites. And then you chose to give it 1 month in the Hebrew and Bible Academy and end up being in the truth for 2 years and baptized. Brother.
Yep, that's it. I've been baptized. I've been in your academies. Been chiming in. I've been sharing a gathering 144 with people on airplanes, people that I'm sitting next to. We start talking about church or whatever it is. I just kind of let them lead the conversation, and if the conversation comes to where I can share the page, and because I'm not a teacher myself,
man,
you are, but it's just something about when you and Elder Lawya go into the scriptures and have, not 1625 BC application, but so-called 2022 application, and apply it to the scriptures is something that can resonate with me and hopefully other people that I share it with.
I'm going to tell you what's intriguing about your testimony, your experience, is that no one can claim, okay, this guy was brainwashed, this guy was under something, and they've totally, confused him concerning a ministry. You came in skeptical. You came in with the doctrine already, with the foundation you're already standing on within a ministry. You came in skeptical. That means that at any point, anything that didn't resonate right would have turned you right back to your church home where you were getting fed. So no one, and guess what? I had no idea about this testimony, and you were part of the body now. So this resonates with me because you, like so many others, come in with a level of skepticism. We as Israelites aren't given the benefit of the doubt like Christians. They don't have anything to prove when you come in. Right? So I had no idea you were there, brother, but I'm glad you're here. And above all, you were able to see the truth for yourself. And it's a shame that you went to a pastor, a shepherd of the word, and was totally dismissed. And that's the piece that people are not saying out there. When I see these Christian pastors getting together asking why brothers are actually going into Israelites, because really it's the Israelites people are converting to. They're not converting to Islam and all that anymore, but they throw Islam in it so that they don't just say directly what they feel the direct threat is. Israelites and the teachings of Israelites is a threat to all religion within our community. And it's a shame when these preachers get together, they don't give good faith conversations like I'm hearing right now. Now, here's a brother who was under a church who went to a pastor and was what? Dismissed when he asked a direct question. What's up with us being Israelites? No, we're not Israelites. Nothing to see there. Without giving what? A biblical answer that could satisfy someone who's what? Searching for himself. And you were straight dismissed. Right? Now,
yeah, just to clarify, Elder, it was my old church home back in Georgia, so it wasn't Pastor Michael Todd directly. Just didn't want to have that out there for whoever may be part of his congregation.
Okay, let's not. Well, I thought it was Pastor Todd, but that's fine. But did you ever attempt to address this with him? But your old pastor dismissed you. But what about this Pastor Todd?
My old pastor, I did ask my old pastor. He's part of a mega church too, in Atlanta, Georgia. It's called Victory.
Okay.
And I did ask him, and I was like, I was looking for some mentorship from him, because that was one thing I felt like I was lacking even before the truth, just like a Christian mentor. Like, I went through all the people that I knew in my life. Most of the men that I knew had passed away. Most of them, I didn't really know what a healthy marriage looked like, because most of my family wasn't, or that was. We got our own issues. But I just didn't know what that looked like. I had been married at that time, I think, for like three years.
Okay.
And, just trying to, search out my own way and how I'm supposed to be doing this thing. And, I have a son, so I need to make sure that I'm teaching him. I have a daughter, so I need to make sure that she's learning right too. I have a wife who's learning from me. So I got to be not only good for myself, I got to be good for them. So I was just trying to figure this thing out. So when I'm asking some of these questions, when I start diving into some of your teachings, like fully diving in, like I would stay up to like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, like, all right, I need to at least get a couple hours of sleep so I can go again. And then like your teachings encouraged me to actually read the word for myself.
Look at
don't
that.
Don't take your word for it as you as a proper teacher. Don't take your word for it. Go read it for yourself. So I started reading Jasher. I read the Apocrypha. I've read a good chunk of most of the Bible. That he's talking about false teachers. Most of that, I believe, is coming from the book of Ezekiel, where he's talking about like he gave the pastors an opportunity to tell them and to teach them, but since they didn't want to do it, okay, now we need to get the proper teachings out there because y'all not doing it. So I've taken my time to actually start reading the word for myself, and most importantly, trying to.
How old are you, brother? How old are you?
That's the hard.
Yeah, I'm grabbing some headphones because I got a brother in here. He got to hear some of this stuff. And what city and state are you from? What city and state?
I live in Midland, Texas, and when I can, we drive to Dallas to congregate with the body.
Oh, yeah, I can't, man, listen. How old are you?
30.
Oh, okay. All right. I want you to hear this scripture real quick. When it says Christ is the way, the truth, the life, right? Here you go. No, I need you,
John.
Here you go. 1 second here. All right, you can take these because these can stretch further. Right? And give me those. You need to hear this. I should have been giving you that. All right. Elder Lawya, let's get they shall hear a voice behind them saying this is the way. In Isaiah. Because I'm going to tell you this, brother. It was Christ. It was the Holy Spirit that was trying to get to you the whole time when those videos were being sent by a relative. So so obviously there's something the Most High has purposed for you. I'm telling you, for in this work, straight out. Let's read that real quick, Elder Lawya. In
Yes,
Isaiah
sir.
29,
Isaiah 30, verse 20.
Let's read it.
And though the
Isaiah 30 and 20. Listen to this clearly, brother. Listen to this.
Okay, I'm there.
And though the Lord give you the bread of adversity and the water of affliction,
Even though we're going through affliction, seeing the sufferings that are within our communities and all that. Read.
yet shall not thy teachers be removed into a corner anymore, but
Read
thine
it.
eyes shall see thy teachers.
Neither shall your teachers be moved into a corner anymore, but your eyes shall see your teachers. Now, obviously, the Most High foreseen all of this, even with this technology, where your teachers wouldn't be someplace you can go to a corner shop or a pastor on the corner. Read. But your eyes.
Verse number 21. Yes, sir. But thine eyes shall see thy teachers.
But your eyes shall see your teachers. You may try to deny it, but the Most High is going to always put you right back in front of it. People try to send it to you, and you'll ignore it, and it'll be right back in front of you. Right? You searching high, low, all over the place, and the Most High is putting them right in front of you. Saying that everything you're looking for is actually in front of you. Because these guys aren't going to tell you about what they're dealing with. They're going to actually help you understand the God who put us in front of you. Listen to this last piece, Elder Lawya. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Listen.
Verse 21.
Verse 21.
And thine ears shall hear a word behind thee saying, this is the way.
Read it again.
Walk ye in it.
Read it again.
And thine ears shall hear a word behind thee saying, this is the way, walk ye in it.
Your ears shall hear something. That's your spiritual hearing. Behind you saying what, Elder Lawya?
This is the path, walk ye in it.
What these brothers are telling you is true. Trust it. Walk in it. That wasn't us. It's what the scriptures highlight as the angel of the presence. We all have an angel that comes before us and watches and go before the Almighty every sundown.
Third Baruch.
Yes. And what's going on is Christ sent ministering spirits. Remember when Christ was battling Satan at the mount, and at the end, the ministering spirits came to heal him and all that and help him through because, he was so exhausted from that battle? Well, let me tell you, brothers and sisters, we have ministering spirits. So you will hear a voice behind you saying, you know what? I mean, give it a try, right? Walk in it. This is the way. I'm telling you, this is the way. That be the Spirit of Christ dealing through angels to say, listen, it's okay. Keep on listening. And that's why in Isaiah 30, it says, your teachers shall not be moved in corners anymore, for your eyes shall see your teachers. And you will hear a voice behind you saying, this is it. This is what you've been looking for. Just be patient through it. Because what we'll do is, through the Spirit of the Almighty, is instill the foundation and the direction and tie loose ends and connect the dots for you. But once you have that foundation, it's the Most High building you from there. It's just that these current religious institutions, as well as academic institutions, never built a foundation, never had a foundation that we can build on and have confidence in as a people. So that's all we do. We connect the dots. See, and that's what the truth is. Brother, I'm gonna put down your phone number. I'm gonna give you a call, all right?
Okay.
All right. See, Elder Lawyer?
Shalom. Y'all have a blessed night.
Shalom, my brother. Shalom. See, Elder Lawyer? See how this works?
Yes, sir.
See how this works, my brother? But you know what? It's conversations like that. Because of course it's frustrating dealing with our people sometimes and having to deal with the conflict and the naysayers and all these other things. But when we hear calls like this, you know what? That in of itself, if it's just one brother or one sister, tells us, it confirms what the Most High has. You know, it gives us the confidence to say, you know what? This is why we do what we do, even when there's resistance out there, because there's someone out there like that. Even if we got to go through 1,000 to get to one like that. Because why? That same confidence and stubbornness he had to find this truth will be the same spirit the Most High will have in him to defend it. He was a skeptic. How many people out there were skeptical coming into this thing? I want to hear it too. Hear that too. You people was like, this ain't nothing. This can't be that life changing. Let me just hear for a minute what these guys are talking about. And it end up keeping you up all night in which you couldn't sleep. When I first got this truth, folks, I didn't need sleep. It was about eating the word. I didn't need sleep. I would get up and I just wanted to just fill me up. It was like the Matrix when they put that thing up in you and you're just being loaded with information. And it's like that, you know what? If I don't take full advantage of this moment, I'm going to miss it. Remember that? That was the first love the Bible talks about. But let's go. We have Esme has a testimony.
Oh, hi. Okay, hi.
How you doing, Esme?
So where do I begin? Oh, I'm okay, actually. I have so much, like literally my entire life is a whole testimony. And it was, and I have had a lot of adversity in my life, but I think had I have had an easy life, there was no way in an easy, cushiony life, at least not in my perspective, that I could have seen God in those things. So basically, the way I started off life was that my entire life was a lie. When I grew up, my parents were not my parents. I ended up going back with my original family, but unfortunately, I was, my family is originally from another country.
Okay, what country?
So they're used to having servants.
Hold up, sister. What country?
Well, it's a very rural part of Mexico where it's like Amish.
Okay, all right.
So they still have servants even up to today. They're still servants. Okay. So when I went back to my family, I didn't go back to them as their daughter. I went back to them as a servant because I had been raised for a time with an elderly couple. So they were no longer physically able to take care of me at that time.
Okay.
So anyways, that was one thing. Okay, that the parents that I knew were not my parents. That I really was going back to my birth mother and father, who ended up raising me from 7 years old until I was able to finally leave.
Okay.
The bad thing is that they also, so my mother, my birth mother and father, I basically was raised as a boy until I hit puberty at 14. And it was quite evident that, no, I'm not a boy. I really am a girl. That's when I was then able to actually live my life as a girl from there on out.
Okay, hold up, sis. 'Cause I know you have. Yeah. I know you have a lot to divulge. You know, because we just started with what?
Yeah, but I'm just saying this.
No.
There was lies.
No. Stick with me. We're gonna deal with that in a moment, but we just can't floss past that time period there. We haven't even gotten into teenage years yet. But okay. But everyone out there needs some explanation to how and who would raise. Listen, okay. I need you to listen. I don't know. I know there's a little delay, so I'm going to say it. I need you to listen, and I'm going to allow you to respond. How and who would want to raise you as a boy? How could someone raise you as a boy, and why? And who raised you as a boy? What does that mean? I'm from a different world. I don't know anybody that's raised. I don't know any girls that are raised as boys. How does that work out? What does that entail?
Okay, that kind of takes a little bit of time, but I'm going to try to talk really fast to say it. Okay, so basically, I am the second child of my mother and father's marriage. My father suspected that my mother was unfaithful, but I look like my dad's dad. So clearly, I am my father's child. And so because of his suspicion, he rejected me because I was not born a boy, and they already had my sister, who's the oldest. Therefore, in order to keep that marriage, I guess somehow they were okay to give me away, because it's like, hey, in order to keep me, you got to get rid of this kid. So anyways, so when I came back to them sister, as a servant, and the only way that my father would accept me was as a male child. So okay. Let's stop real quick. Cars. I know how to do a lot of boy stuff.
Sis, I understand you know how to do a lot of good stuff. So obviously, these adults were demented, demon-ridden, and insane, to put that on a child. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I need you to fast track this to what was your groundbreaking moment, that truth moment that you realized, you know what, this is the truth, and I'm going to walk in it. And I'm going to tell you, and I'm saying this is because, brothers and sisters, it's a shame what children have to experience under some of these people, because believe it or not, under social service, what I'm hearing here isn't that far from what I hear with where a lot of orphans and others, people who are raised in under CPS and orphanages and all that, are placed in homes such as what I'm hearing right now. It's not that I've seen it myself growing up around it, but I understand it. They're placing children in homes like this right now, where a child doesn't have any choice but to be forced to pretend to be another gender. Look at what's going on with Shirley's Theron, where she went over to Africa and adopted 2 black boys to raise them as daughters. But that's a whole nother conversation. I don't want to go there. I mean, sister, tell me, what was a groundbreaking point in your life in which you understood the truth was revealed to you?
Because I started off with life and the lie that all the construction, all that lie kind of build up. And basically, I made a vow to myself a little bit late in life, as an older adult, that I would never be sold another lie again. Because it's like my entire life was built up on a lie. And the hardships that I went through after, because I just grew up. I was not raised. So because I was not raised, I was not educated, no one taught me right from wrong or anything. They just taught me how to clean.
Okay.
Because of that, I had to learn things on my own. Okay. And I mean, I made a lot of mistakes when there is no guidance whatsoever.
Okay.
So I had a lot of fallacies that I believed as truth because I didn't know anything. I didn't know any better.
Like, for instance,
my ignorance.
Well, sister, you have to realize. I'm saying, sister, listen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to need specifics, and I don't want to rush you. I need to get to the point of it because we have a lot of people. I don't want to rush you, and I know you dealt with a lot in life, but we don't have enough time to go through all of it. I just need to know the groundbreaking point that led you to the truth and when you knew that what you are experiencing now was the truth.
When, okay, I had a lot of anger in me.
Okay.
And I let a lot of that out.
Understood.
And I found some comfort in Buddhism for a while. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm not going to lie, I love poetry. So I had the Proverbs and the Psalms as my reading material for the toilet room. Okay. So, but every time I would read it, it like something in there resonated in me. And I was like, the thing about it is that my mother was Catholic, my dad was Protestant, and because of them and because of the hypocrisy and all the horrible atrocities that happen in those groups, I really did not think Christianity was the God of gods at all. So I was very put off by it. So I literally came to a breaking point in my life where I was just like, you know what? I've tried everything. I've tried doing it my way. Obviously, my way doesn't work. I know it's not Buddhism. Yeah, I might feel good for like 5 minutes, but it's not, you know, it's not really like, it doesn't resonate in me.
Okay.
So then I made it a point to look about this whole Christ guy. You know, what's up with that? And the thing about it is that my profession, working in inventory, led me to work for museums. And I got to tell you, there's a lot of stuff in museums that they do not put out on the floor.
Yeah.
And it was because of those artifacts that I saw in the back rooms that when I started really reading the Bible and I started reading the first 5 books,
hold up,
and they would describe the instruments.
I'm saying, hold up.
In the temples.
Hold up. We're going to go to these instruments in the temple, but I need specifics because when you say certain things, understand with a listening audience, they're going to need some description. So there was things in the back of museums you worked at that confirmed something for you. Was it art or just artifacts? And if so, be specific. What did you see that resonated with you?
I saw artifacts.
Okay, what artifacts?
Yeah, I saw artifacts. I actually saw, I think what really sold it for me, where I finally made the connection, was the grain offering. It describes it so well in the Bible, the dimensions, how it looks, how it curves and everything, and how straight it is and everything. I mean, it describes it so well to a T that when I saw this in real life, you know, being able to touch, I'm just like, oh my goodness.
So the artifacts confirmed to you.
Real.
Hold up.
This is real.
Hold up.
This is all real. It's real.
Okay, I know there's a delay, but I need you to, when you hear me, I'm going to need you to just let me, so that we can dialogue. So you are saying that you worked at a museum, obviously the Most High put you there, and it confirmed through archaeology and things that they weren't putting out on the floor that the things that the Bible describes are true, but it's being hid by the authorities who own these museums.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So now you know that the Bible is real and there's archaeological proof. You know, now you must find the doctrine that resonates true according to the Bible, right? So how did you get there?
Yes. Okay. So people go club hopping. I went church hopping. I live in a big metropolitan area.
Okay.
I literally took the phone book and started visiting every church. It took me 3 years, almost to the day of when I decided I'm going to go church hopping. What it is that at this time, I already had started reading the Bible, okay? So the thing is about it is because I'm a person that I need to know, even when I take a driver's exam, if I get something wrong, I want to know what I got wrong, and I want to learn what it is. What should I do right? Okay, I'm just a person who needs to know why. Okay. I'm a why person. Okay, so when I would have questions as I'm reading this, then I really fervently, I love God so much. I really do. I think Ahaya. Really, it's just like James said, any man asks and he gives it so abundantly. It's like he poured all of this knowledge into me and this fervency. I mean, I didn't sleep for like weeks and weeks and weeks, just reading and reading and reading. And I'm so glad that I had, at the time I was on severance pay and really good money. And I was able to have that time to read the Bible and just absorb it. That was my nutrition.
That's good.
Not actual man food. My nutrition was the Word of God.
That's understood.
And I ate it like I had never eaten before in my life. So with that, and the thing about it is that
we're gonna have to wrap. Sister, we are gonna have to round it up because I got a lot of people waiting. Okay, so I don't mean to.
Okay.
There's other people that's waiting to give their testimony.
Okay, give me less than 2 minutes. Okay. So basically, I wrote down questions on a single piece of paper, both sided. All these questions that I already knew the answers to and where to find it in the Bible. So when I went to all these churches down the phone book, boom, 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 okay, they would never get past the second question because they would tell me this and blah, 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 blah. And I said, I hear what you're saying and it sounds good, but can you show me in the Bible where that's at, exactly what you're saying? Can you, in this book, show me where it's written? And nobody could point it out to me. And then they would put, well, I'm a theologian. I went to X&L school for so many years, They use their authority to try to dismiss giving me the actual answer. So I stumbled across one of the Israelite camps in my area. Now, they don't pray in the name of Ahaya. That took me a while. So I was with an Israelite camp for a while. And actually, I actually teach at an Israelite school. But, anyways, but that is how I came into this truth, was that searching and searching, trying to find who really has that answers. And when I went to that Israelite camp here, they did answer my questions. And I mean the entire front page and back page, and they showed me exactly where I already knew where the answers were. So it just confirmed to me that, yes, I'm not crazy. Yes, Christ is black, and, because I'm not black, And so I'm just like, yes, I knew it. Like, I just understood it. And I was like, okay, this clicks. So then in that, and then I still had more questions and stuff. Like, I just felt like more things, and I started reading the Apocrypha. And then that's when I stumbled onto you guys. Hello?
Okay.
Yes.
I'm listening. You stumbled on to us guys. And let me ask you, all right? So what city and state do you live in again?
Mm-hmm. I live in Chicago.
Okay. Are you baptized?
I would love to be baptized.
Okay, all right. So we're going to talk to you. Do you mind if we get the elders or the leaders from Chicago to reach out to you, Esme?
Please do, please do, please do, please do.
All right.
If I don't answer, it's because I'm teaching a class. Leave me a text message, please.
Okay, and Esme, let's make this clear.
Yeah.
Your original parents were Protestants and Catholic, and you were raised, even though you were a young woman, a young girl, a baby girl, you were raised as a boy until you began to understand better by them.
Till they could not hide the fact that I am a female. Till I started developing
the reason I'm asking you that question in particular, because there's a book out there. You probably need to get this book. It's called In the Closet of the Vatican. In the Closet of the Vatican. And it's Power, Homosexual, and Hypocrisy. Now, these are even former priests and all that have excerpts in this particular book to show a lot of things that people don't know about Christian churches. And don't forget, it says Christian churches are the mother. This church is the mother of harlots that we read of right here. But really, while there's immorality and all types of evil, molestation and all those things going on in even our churches, black churches, is because of the doctrine and the spirit that comes from the mother church. And there'll never be a time where there's there will always be evil scandals in modern day Christian churches, unrepented issues where a child like you would be experiencing grown people who claim to believe in God, going to church every Sunday and going to begin to do all these things like raise a little girl and force that girl to think it's a boy. To the degree when you become an adult, it makes one do what? Relate that abuse to a God you thought your parents were serving. But what happens when you realize that the whole thing was a lie and that your parents were serving Satan the whole time? And you know what, sister? I'm glad you had enough perseverance to break through, to not blame God for the wickedness you experienced coming up. That you still had in your heart to seek the true God, to realize he's not the one who abused you or executed this wickedness against you. And this is why so many people walk away from God altogether and go into all these religions like you did with Buddhists and others, because the lie started with them claiming to be Christians when really they were in the closet. They were in the closet. This is a great read. If you want to know about what's really going on behind closed doors in these churches, start with the mother. Get this book. It's actually authored by Frederick Martel. The original book, I believe, was in French, and eventually they translated the book in English. Everyone needs to see this book to realize that Christianity, as we know it, modern day Christianity, is dangerous. And it's even more so dangerous for children. Even the ideology and doctrine. Well, thank you, sister. I mean, I've spent so much time with this. I appreciate it. We do have your number. Someone will reach out, okay? Thank you.
All right. I did want to say that I do thank Ahia so much for instilling his love and wisdom in me, that I was able to find a way to forgive my parents.
That's good.
For the atrocity that happened.
Hey, sister, forgiveness is needed. Forgiveness is needed. Okay?
Yes.
Well, thank you, sister. And hold tight, right? Hold tight. And we're going to bring in the next call. All right?
All right. All right.
Do me a favor. I need you to hold tight real quick, Elder Lawya. All right? Hold tight. We're going to get the next
Yes,
call.
sir.
The next call, Jackie. I need you to take the call, okay, Elder Lawyer? Jackie.
Yes, sir.
Jackie's coming on now, and I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. All right. Shalom, Sister Jackie. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Shalom. All praises to the Most High. Happy Purim. Congratulations on the 100,000 subscribers. Thank the Most
All
High
praises.
for your persistence and your diligence as leaders in feeding the flock. And so I know it took a lot of work on your part to just build this channel up, and of course the listeners, but congratulations.
All praises be to the Father. And again, thank you for your support. Sister Jackie, if you can answer the question, when did you know that this was the truth?
Well, I've always been in pursuit of the truth, but to be honest with you, I wrote some things down. When I wrote down, I've been delivered from the strong man in so many different areas, such as people pleasing, the spirit of rejection, been delivered from that strong man, the strong man of being introverted, the strong man of holidays, the strong man of Sunday worship, the strong man that was controlling me and with no respect to what I would eat. And I respect the dietary laws. So the strong man of worldliness and just traditions, the traditions of man. So it's really when I realized that through the power of the Most High that He has set me free from these things. And holidays in particular, recently they celebrated Valentine's Day, and my family members, they always call and say, would you come do this or would you come do that? But they'll put a twist on it for me. Well, I'm not really celebrating Valentine's Day. I'm celebrating love. And I say, well, why don't we celebrate love next week then? Why on Valentine's Day do we have to celebrate love? And so that was
Great question.
a strong man, but that was a strong man. But when the Most High set me free, He set me free. And I'm really thankful and most grateful for the work of the Most High in my life.
Openness.
And the love that He's given me for Him and for the body, you know. And when I really realizing that I had come into the truth was when I realized that it makes such a difference for me to know that I'm pleasing the Most High, you know, to know that it's all about the kingdom. It's not about Jackie anymore. It's not about what I've been through or how I've been through or how painful it may have been. Because I've always been I'm from a family of 13, and I've always been that one that was willing to take a chance because I always wanted more of Christ, you know? And so the Most High has been powerfully moving in my life and just giving me wisdom and understanding, you know, and ears to hear what the Most High is saying.
Praise the Most High. Well, thank you, sister. And your testimony has been absolutely outstanding. All right. Anything you want to say on that, Elder Lawyer? Give open.
Just real quick, the sister made a point concerning family members and holidays and things of that nature.
Okay.
And since yesterday we highlighted the fact that usually when we celebrate the high holy days under the 364 calendar, we notice that it's usually in conjunction or next to one of the major pagan holidays of this society. And I just wanted to ask the sister, if she had the opportunity, would she ever go back and trade off feast days such as Purim for Valentine's Day or anything of that nature? Sister, if you can answer that question.
Good question.
You know what? No, I have no desire to go back. I totally embrace the truth. No way. No way. I absolutely enjoy the feast days, and I'm just thinking of more ways to make them better and make them, just really get more into the feast days. I've been in the truth like 6 years now, and it's like, I would never go back. It's all about moving forward and building the kingdom to come, and that's what I'm all about. I'm super passionate about the kingdom to come. Super passionate and proud to be a part of the body
Look
of
at
Christ.
that. Look
So
at
proud
that.
the Most High took me out of darkness and truly brought me into His light and gave me eyes that see and ears that hear and a heart that pants after Him. I'm truly excited about that, and I live for that every day. Every day of
Praise
my
the
life,
Most
I
High.
live for that, and I care so deeply for, the people that the Most High has put around me to love and care for. It's like I love them to life. Like I love them, and I want to reach out. And like the things that the Most High delivered me from when I was sharing earlier about some strong man. It's really, those things were really strong. Like that spirit of divorce is real. But when I got the word, we went to a lot of people for help before I came into the truth. But when I finally got still and the Most High began to reveal His word to me, we were able to overcome the spirit of divorce and receive love and receive forgiveness and move
Look at
forward.
that.
And
Look
it's
at
like
that.
I respect and love and honor my husband like I never have before because of the truth that came to me.
Woo!
And that came to us. It's like it's brand new. It's like I'm a new creation in Christ, and no, I could never ever trade that. And and I know my other family members are gonna come in because they're watching me. I know that.
Look at
I'm
that.
very much aware that the mark is on me, and they're watching me, and I'm just busy about being a living epistle. I no longer try to bring them in. I just live a life before them, and the same spirit that drew me in is going to draw them in one by one. They coming in. That's
Look
my
at that.
confession.
Thank you, sister. That's big.
All
That
praises
is
to the
big.
Most High.
All praise be. Elder Lawya, let me tell you something. You know what's great about hearing so many sisters' testimony like this? You notice how when people talk about Israelites, they try to deceptively make it as if it's a non-woman movement or it's a movement against women in general, that black women should beware because this is what, to a degree where, and guess what? They strategically move like this, where automatically,
Right.
if someone hear about an Israelite, Elder Lawya, the first thing women are asking what? How many wives can y'all have? Right? Now, I'm going to tell you this. It's a shame that that's the question that has to be asked when it comes to an Israelite. Because I've never seen anyone come in as a Muslim and the first thing a woman would ask is, well, what about how many wives can you have? Right? Mormons, the Church of Latter-day Saints.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
That's right.
Polygamy is legal in the Church of Latter-day Saints. Right? But why is there a negative connotation that's automatically attached to Israelites as if Israelites is the religion where you're supposed to have or you're allowed to have more than one wife? Because that's how it's portrayed in the media negatively. To make you think that religiously, that's all Israelites think about. Right? And then anything that happened negative, and negative happens no matter what religion you are a part of. They try to make they try to make it as if women will have a horrible experience if they find out they're Israelites. Right? And man, don't you know that the majority of the calls and emails and so many women that call in and all that, sisters who saying it kept their families together. Their family is better, like what we're hearing. You rarely hear the positive aspects and the positivity that comes with women understanding this truth concerning who they are as a people, daughters of Zion. And I'm so glad we hear these testimonies, because all this negative they put out there when it comes to sisters trying to divide us from them, you rarely hear any of these so-called other outlets in these other areas talking about the gathering of Christ churches, testimonies, and the women who call in, the total strangers we don't even know or never even met. And they like family who come out and say, listen, I probably don't know them personally, but the doctrine of Christ through this ministry have changed my life for the better. But they'll try to latch on to one thing that's negative out there and highlight that. One thing negative and say, yeah, here it is. You ever see this? But I'm so glad that these testimonies are out there. It's to a degree where they have placed us on a shelf by ourselves and say, well, listen, let's just talk about these other Israelites altogether. Because when we talk about these guys, Christians leave our church. Because why? Because we understand that polygyny or polygamy, according to the Bible and in the New Testament, isn't becoming of a priest. And the Most High said it clear that if you're going to be in a position, you must be the husband of one wife. And we're going to be a nation of priests. And then Paul says, if you do have a wife, be as though you have none. Because your responsibility is you being a wife to Christ's church and doing the deeds that are commanded by the Most High. So listen, you can try to go out and get more people if you want. And it's hard enough just to deal with one. But the work of Christ better not, you better not ignore the work or task that's been put upon you as a man. So we make it clear that, listen, what those other Israelite people do, that's on them. But the Most High says he's going to make us a nation of priests. He's going to make us a nation of priests. And priests, according to the church, are supposed to be the husband of one wife. You didn't see the Levites out there trying to get all these women, because why? They had to take care of what? The task of the ministry, of the church, of the sanctuary. Right? And you have these brothers out, and you know what? They try to put a negative connotation on it, right? About the Israelites who do allow polygamy. But I don't want to hear crap about you trying to put that as an Israelite action when in the same conversation, you're not talking about the Mormons or the Muslims. So I don't even want to hear about that either. You're not talking about the Mormons and the Muslims. So if you thought polygamy was bad, you should have went against it before Israelites became popular. The Muslims been doing it since the inception of Islam. Right? The Church of Latter-day Saints and the Mormons been dealing with sister wives and all that crap. At the same time, they were battling the North American Indians in wars to take the country. Before the Israelites became a household name, polygamy was accepted in all these religions, but it's the Israelites that need to be highlighted when it comes to polygamy. Get out of here with that crap. Anytime y'all come with us with that crap and try to claim that that's just an Israelite thing, my question is, why didn't you do anything about it a long time ago within Islam and the church of the Latter-day Saints? And above all, at least these people are dedicating themselves to someone under their religion, whether you accept it or not. Shouldn't you be going after the molestation that's going on in these churches? Then whether or not focusing on who's marrying who? The children are innocent. What about the children that are being molested in all these churches? And yet you want to try to point to Israelites as the all to end all, the negative or the cult. When you know molestation and rape and all that been going on in mega churches all the way to the mother church. Where that book at? All the way to the mother church. There have been molestations and all that. So I wish someone would call up. Well, hold up. Do y'all allow, listen, no. But why should that be the conversation on whether or not someone allows polygamy? Why? Because you are a grown man or a woman. When you come in, you got the choice, even though we don't do that here. You got the choice not to be someone else's other woman or third woman or fourth woman. So if women wanted polygamy to stop, it doesn't matter their religion. They could stop it by saying, listen, you got one and you ain't getting me. So who's keeping polygamy going in all these other religions? It's not the men. Right? And guess what? And I'm not agreeing with it. But why, when it comes up, Israelites' name are in it? That's my problem. When you have been allowing this crap in Islam and all these other religions and molestation and sexual immorality since the beginning of the religions that have destroyed our people. Yet I digress. Next call, Margaret. She's been waiting for a while. Margaret has a comment. Thank you for the water again.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, how are you?
I'm doing well. First and foremost, I just wanted to give all thanks and praises to the Most High, and I'm gonna start. I'm thinking my mind is running a million miles per hour, but I'm gonna quantify it the best I can.
Oh, do you take your time? And thank you. I know you subscribe to the channel and all you. Thank you for helping us get to 100,000 subscribers. So we're going to be patient and get through all your calls and just celebrate tonight. And thank the Most High for allowing us to break that glass ceiling they put in front of us, because we should have been over this threshold 2 years ago. But I digress. But come on. But thank you.
No, thank you for actually being here, like for being in this ministry, because we're being what we were when you started this ministry in your path in order to draw people. And I'm going to say this briefly, because no matter what lesson I turn to of you all, it agrees with my spirit. That's how I know that you all are men of the Most High. And when I first started this truth, I was in the truth and didn't even know it. Long story short, with my testimony, by the age of 18, both of my parents were deceased. So pretty much that life lesson of how to be an adult, that was like a crash course that I had to learn.
Hey, sister, it seemed like there's a lot of noise in your background or something going on with that. Are you outside or are you moving? Or
No, I do apologize. I drive trucks and I'm on the road at the moment. I listen to you all you all help me get through my work day.
Okay, go on. I'm sorry about that. Go on.
It just helped me understand that this path more clearly. Like I said, I was in the truth and didn't even know I was in the truth because certain things I had to learn pretty much everything about life the hard way, everything about this truth the hard way. And it literally started at the age of 18, I would say, where it clicked and I knew that I was a part of a set apart people.
Okay.
Long story short, after my mother passed, I was in college. She drove me, packed my stuff up, drove me to college in August and passed in December. So after that, very shortly after, I turned to a life of promiscuity, I would say, because I didn't know anything else at that point.
Okay.
But the Most High hedged me and protected me the whole time, like literally being a little girl from College Park, Georgia, and I'm out here wondering what are these things? Nobody to explain it to me. Nobody to explain what's happening, how I was being covered, how I was moving, how the Most High was counteracting things, just anything. Nobody was there to explain anything. And it wasn't until I was about 21 years old, I was still, well, not still, I started battling homelessness at the age of 19, dropping out of college, not having a home to come to, and I pretty much had to gain my own foot. But it clicked one day where I was literally sleeping in my car. Okay. I had a 95 Nissan Maxima.
Okay.
I had a 95 Nissan Maxima with a driver door that would not lock. And I'm in Atlanta, in the city of Atlanta, sleeping in the car at 21 years old. Mm. And I used to question a lot of things. Like literally, I'm homeless, I'm motherless, fatherless, misplaced, like spiritually everything, because I wasn't going to church at the time unless it was just to sing or, you know, see family, because I grew up in a family church. But it left me with a lot of questions.
But but
I'm sorry?
No, I'm going to let you go, but I'm going to let you flow through. But understand, Margaret, that we do have people waiting, and I need you to get to that point of when you knew the truth, right? You know, I don't want to rush you because I know you have a lot, but I really, you know, only truth can free a slave. So we're trying to find out the point that freed you and had you understand that what you're receiving now is the truth. But go on.
Okay. Well, I'm going to get there real quick.
Okay.
I met a guy, or came into the space, met a brother, and before meeting him, I was homeless, didn't know anything about a Hebrew Israelite or an Israelite or anything. And this was after a couple of years being homeless, and when whatever words came out of his mouth, it was just reassurance. And mind you, I'm ignorant towards the truth, the knowledge, you know, pretty much the scriptures other than what I learned in the Christian church. But it was like everything he was saying, I could agree with it, I could see it. And after that, I no longer questioned anything that I was going through. It actually gave me a purpose through life, in life, just knowing that, hey, you have to be special to go through this and actually make it through, you know? So with that, I came across you guys, was actually a brother, and he wasn't a part of any camp or anything, but we would literally just sit there, gather, and watch a whole bunch of videos of different camps. And it was always chaotic in my mind because, you know, brothers, nothing against the ones out there street teaching, but it was always like just anger and strife and confusion and I had enough of that in my life. So I'm like, okay, you know, this is nice. Where's the knowledge? You know, oh, they dropped a verse. Okay, next video. But when I ran across you guys, like I said, everything was just in agreement. And I'm going to use the previous sister's verse that was when I found out I wasn't crazy. What I was going through wasn't in vain. What I was going through wasn't.
I can hear you, but I'm also moving through the background and the noise too. So if it was a regular setting, I wouldn't mind going through it all. But because we have to go through your background also, I need you to work with us, right? Because it makes it hard to listen. Yeah, it makes it hard to listen when we're going through the background noise also, especially in my ear. But I'm trying to get to it because I know you have a testimony.
And I get it. I do apologize. Again, I wish I actually had the time to be still. But
okay, I can write down your name here and call you. But it's important for especially when we're broadcasting, for people to be cognizant of the background also, because it's radio, right? Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me have your name again, Margaret.
Yes.
Okay. So you were listening. Let's get straight to it. You were listening to. Y'all was coming together, listening to other Israelites, and something wasn't resonating with your spirit. And when did you find the church, the Gathering of Christ Church?
Oh, I found you all in 2019.
Okay, right before the so-called pandemic.
Right before the pandemic.
And how did you find us, or who introduced you, or it was one of the suggestions through YouTube?
Well, the brother actually knew who you all were. Like, he was following you all online, but he never belonged to any congregation or anything. So I kind of was like, listen, let me see what these guys are talking about.
So
type situation. And
okay, so hey, that's how the Most High does it. Let me ask you: did you ever ask that brother why he just deal with all these other videos and all these other Israelites, but have never committed himself, to a congregation to do work with the brethren he respect? Obviously, have you ever wondered what was up with that?
I don't have to wonder, and that's a story within itself. That brother was not who he said he was or portrayed to be. I would just say when somebody shows you who they are, believe them.
Okay.
But
hey,
I don't regret that situation because it brought me to gaining more knowledge.
Well, that is the Most High, and you know what? Sometimes
true understanding.
What you probably want to do, Margaret, is reach back and ask him, "Hey, I think you need to come this way," because these brothers, through the Spirit of the Most High, is moving into a direction, and the direction we're moving into is understanding the times we're about to dive into, and it's going to take more than just reading scriptures to help our people through this. So it's the connections we make at this point that's going to gather us with the people who will be amongst us when it all goes down, because it will go down soon. So in respect of him introducing to us, in respect of him introducing us to you, you probably want to reach back and let him know it's time to get on board. Okay? All right, Margaret. So,
well, I wish.
Well, I'm just saying, let me call you off.
No, I was going to wish, but that's not how.
Okay, well, let me reach you off. We're going to reach you.
Okay, I get it. It's a lot in the background.
A lot in the background, and a lot of people are waiting. So, what city and state again, sister?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, we're going to have a brother from Atlanta call you, okay?
Okay, I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. All right, bless you. There goes Sister Margaret in the truth.
Bless you. Thank you.
Bless you. All right, 850 area code. In all due respect, please make sure there's a quiet background. But I said we're going to be open and patient tonight, so try to make sure the back is as quiet as possible, because it's really hard on radio to move through a lot of background noise. But today, it's allowed. Thank you, 100,000 subscribers. Okay, we getting past Lawya sleep time almost. So Elder Lawya, I'm gonna hold on these calls. You can stay on as long as you would like, but if you need to bow out and get some rest, that's understood. But you know me, I mean, I be running on something else. Yeah, I'll be
yes, sir.
I'll be running on heaven's juice. I'm up and I'm ready to roll. Right, let's go. 414 area code. Let me know, Elder Lawya, if you need to nod, it's okay. I know we passed your time. 414 area code. Let's go.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing? This is Jonathan.
Only truth.
How you doing?
Only truth can free a slave. I'm blessed by the best. Talk to us.
Well, first of all, I want to say congratulations.
All right.
To 100,000 subscribers. I think that's pretty cool.
Praise the Most High.
I came into the truth. I was on my way to church I was on my way to church one day, and I had my collar on because I had to preach that morning. And my neighbor down the street, he was in the truth, so he saw me driving up, getting out with my collar on, and he automatically started attacking me. And me and him started talking. He'd say one scripture, I'd give him another scripture. We go back and forth. But what happened is the scriptures that he gave me, it actually stuck with me. And I went home. I started checking certain things out. And I started having issues at church. Like, I wasn't real comfortable anymore. I started, like, really pulling back, getting real distant with the pastor, and just getting real distant with the church. And I originally started following another group, IUIC, and then it was another group. But anyway, I couldn't get with them because I couldn't stand listening to, you the devil that the Bible so speaks of and all this crap. That irritated me. So I started pulling back.
Okay.
And then a friend of mine sent me one of your videos about the Sabbath. It was a Sabbath teaching.
Okay.
And I listened to that, and then that sparked my interest, and that's when I really started. And ever since then, I couldn't put it down. I started, I went back. I think I went back as far as I probably went back to probably maybe 8 years ago. I started watching the videos, and in watching the videos and listening to a lot of the teachings, I got into the Hebrew and Bible Academy. I've been in 5 so far.
Oh.
And I'm in this one presently. And with me, like right now, I'm the joke of my family, because my family now, man, you didn't even go in this hard when you was in the church, and blah blah this and blah blah that. And my brother and them love making jokes. Here come the Israelite. Here come the Israelite, y'all. Y'all better not say that. Y'all better not say that, or or something like that. They love to make jokes. And I started like really like getting, like my brother said, oh, here he go again. Because see, I was one of those ones. I was super, super close to my pastor. I was really, really close. My brother told me, he said, man, if that man told you to jump off a bridge, you'd probably do it. I said, I probably would, because I thought it would be something down there for me.
Okay.
So when he saw how attached I was getting with the church, he was like, oh, God. And then my fiance the same way, because when we got together, we were in the church.
Ah.
So I was still in church. So it's been really hard for our relationship, because when I first started coming into the truth, I was listening to IUIC, and that turned her off real fast and real bad.
Okay.
So she has a hard time accepting the fact that we Israel, and listening to it. Like, I still send her the videos and stuff. Sometimes she gets upset, but she still haven't really given herself a chance to listen to the videos yet. That's why when I was listening to the gentleman that said something a couple of calls back, and was saying took him 3 years to actually listen to a class, it's been almost that long with me and her, for her to actually, she'll ask me different questions now. Like, I was telling her that it was Purim yesterday and today. Well, what is Purim? And then I explained to her to the best of my ability. And it has helped me a lot, because my whole life, I'm 54 years old now, and my whole life I grew up in the church. And I'm this type of person now. When you say something to me, you have to be able to show me.
Okay.
You can't tell me something that I'm going to believe anymore.
Okay.
So if I hear the word, and one thing that I've learned about Gathering of Christ Church, Elder Rawchaa won't say nothing he won't show you.
Okay.
And for me, that meant the world to me, because you have to show me now. Because, see, I always say that we were taught to teach blind. And what I mean by that is how we were taught to teach Christmas, how we was taught to teach, even when it came to how we were supposed to marry. Because literally in our classes, in our ministers' classes, they teach you how to marry people. They teach you how to, when you get ready to do a message, when you get ready to do a funeral, and all that stuff, was backwards. And that ain't what I wanted to say. I wanted to say something different, but it was backwards.
Yeah.
And when I started hearing the truth, like I didn't even know that the Bible said anything about Christmas. You know, I didn't know nothing about Jeremiah the 10th chapter. I didn't know nothing about it.
Where it tell you not to learn the way of the heathen. When it tell you not to put a tree in your home.
Right.
Okay, well let me ask you some specific questions though.
About that.
I'm gonna let you roll because we're gonna give it some time. I got a few more calls, but let me ask you a few questions. You said your fiance was in agreement initially. Okay, now I don't know what's going on. I know you said it was IUIC, but initially, and she's still your fiance. But the Bible do put out there, two cannot walk together lest they be agreed, right? And that a woman leaves her father and mother and cleave to the husband and they become one flesh. You're 54 years old. How old is she?
She will be 50 May 18th.
Yeah, and see, and it's going to be a tough deal, especially if both of you been raised in the church, because really the reality is of the matter, when you look at it, a man becomes who he is. He set his mind to who he's going to be. And that's even without the truth or whatever. A man is usually setting his ways by between 30 and 35. Right?
Right.
As far as routine, behavior, and things of that nature. Women are usually setting their ways a little earlier, around 25. Right? So, usually, not that we can't grow, but your outlook and what you want in life, a woman usually understands that between 25 and 30. So it's going to be tough. It was tough for you when the Bible says you cannot put new wine in old bottles lest they burst. It was hard enough for you being already set in your ways to receive something against your teaching. And now, your wife your fiance was looking at things one way of having a relationship within the Christian church. And now you're telling her, no, everything I knew concerning Christ and my belief systems growing up in church is incorrect. And now I must recalibrate my whole thinking at the age of 50. Not to say it can't be done, but how close we are, I'll say this. You two are going to have to find middle ground where she can come all the way over into understanding quick. Why? Because there's not much time. And the last thing you need is for y'all to be at odds when the mark of the beast is about to be implemented. That's the last thing and this is why Christ said straight out when it came out with it. Don't forget, the disciples asked, when shall these things be? The signs of your coming and the end of the world. And within that, what did Christ say? What did he say to the disciples? Remember Lot's wife. Why did he put that in it? He didn't even have to mention Lot's wife. That means hard decisions are going to have to, happen with those we care about. Tough decisions are going to happen. And if the COVID thing have done anything at all for us, it have actually started a buffer period in which the hard decisions now are being decided on which side we're going to land on concerning these prophecies, which is crisis, which is leading to crisis coming. Everyone has been against each other, being divided. A husband think one way, the wife think. Why do you think the Most High has it this way? Because he know harder decisions are coming later. And guess what? It doesn't get better once you tie the knot. Because once you tie the knot, is what you're saying is, I'm in agreement with the person that I tied the knot with. So you can't tie the knot then expect the change. Right?
Right.
So and that's just all together. And it's just, we're going to have to make some hard decisions because we don't have enough time Either she's going to trust you and say, listen, I don't know everything, but I trust you. And I'm not going to fight against you. That's good enough to guide her. That means if you say, listen, when it comes to medical procedures, you check with me first. Nah. Because when two flesh becomes one, you can't go out and get something done to you and get something shot up in you or whatever the case is and come back and say it was my personal decision. Nah. That means you relegate authority to me and trust me. Okay? Because we don't have no time for anything else. Okay? When you look at the books of Jasher and other records, it tells us that when it came to Lot and his wife was procrastinating because her heart was still in Babylon. The angel was trying to get them out of there and saying, yo, Lot, y'all got to leave. God is going to rain fire on this city, this wicked city. And because the daughter had a heart, the wife had a heart for Babylon, she was procrastinating to a degree where it would have killed the whole family. The angels had to take them all out of, out of Sodom and Gomorrah, not Babylon. Had to take them all out of Sodom and Gomorrah and place them outside the city. And at that time, they seen fire fall on the city all at once. Because she was procrastinating. Her heart was still in, she still had a desire for a future in Sodom and Gomorrah. And then she looked back and the Most High turned into a pillar of salt because her heart was in it the whole time. She was just looking, and a lot of people are looking for what? Instead of a man looking for a helpmeet, we have women looking for helpmeets. And that's backwards. A man is not in this earth to help meet a woman and her vision for the life she wants as a family. The legacy starts with a man, and she was born to help meet his vision. So all in all, brother, I'm going to tell you some tough decisions are going to have to be made and understand where we are right now. We're not in a place where you can be in a relationship and butt heads. It's just not, there's no time for it.
Yes, sir.
We're not living in the 90s. We're close. Okay? So I just wanted to put that out there real quick, all right? All right, you got the last word?
I totally accept that.
Okay.
I totally accept that. I really do, because I've been really praying about it. I've been really, thinking on it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because I know something has to be done one way or another. So I do agree with you, and I appreciate that without a shadow of a doubt. This is why I listen to GOCC.
Okay. Hey man, listen.
I'm laughing just because
I'm not trying to give you the politically correct, everything on the kumbaya, everything's gonna be all right. The reality is, in that prophecy of the end days, Christ said that for a reason. Remember Lot's wife. Remember Lot's wife. They were going back and forth the whole time, and because she's procrastinating, not because she really want to stay in Sodom and Gomorrah. To the degree the whole family was about to get destroyed. The angels had to grab them and move them out of the way. Because her behind loved that city. So if it's really about the Most High and her serving God and believing in Christ, there should be no hangups with her following your direction and saying, well, listen, learn. If you love me, learn again. I'll teach you. Doesn't matter the churches we went through and your future aspirations that you had for me. Okay. The Most High, he has a plan for both of us beyond this. If you follow me. Right? Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. Good testimony. I'm going to go through a few more. Go ahead. You have the last word.
Hey, I have one real quick question.
Yeah.
I'm in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and we don't have a church here, not yet. I hope we get one soon. But
all right.
Is it possible to have like the pastor from Chicago give me a call? Because I still am waiting to be baptized.
Chicago.
I called once before.
Okay, hold on. Let me put you.
Yeah, because that's the closest place to us.
What's your name?
It's Jonathan.
John. Yowanathan is your Hebrew name. Yowanathan. Yowanathan. John. I'm going to just put John Hill here. And we're going to have a Chicago call, right? I'm going to have someone call you as soon as possible, okay?
Yeah, I've taken the classes to be baptized.
Okay. All right. Well, don't worry about it. We're going to give you a call as soon as possible and get you in, brother. We need you.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, shalom.
All right. Y'all take care.
Shalom. And let me bring clarity when the brother says he's taken the classes for the baptisms, because I know that people are hear that and don't know what all that entails and be like, Christ never said you got to take a class to be baptized. No one has to take a class to be baptized. Okay, let's make it clear. The class was put in place because why? Not too many people know what the baptism entails, right? According to Christ, according to the word, right? The direction one must go in and the responsibility that comes with the decision. And that was the benefit of those who was listening to John teach the baptism. People weren't just going to the water. He was breaking down, repent, for the kingdom of it is at hand. And he was given understanding to what this meant prophetically in making that decision. And because we don't have that right now, where we can just be near to a water and just, and everyone come up to us and we have this microphone, that personal interaction to give people the knowledge of what they're actually entering into has to be established. All right. You need to tell people, well, when you make this choice in newness of spirit, here is what comes with it. So the responsibility to instill that in them so they know full, let me tell you, it's transparent all the way concerning this decision. And if now they make that leap, they must now stand in that leap, knowing full well what comes with it. And all it is scripture breakdowns and understanding of what the baptism is according to Christ. We didn't have that opportunity like John the Revelator. I mean John the Baptist, to sit there one-on-one and teach them like that. So a class is required so they can actually know what it entails. Some people look to get baptized and they don't even believe in some of the doctrine and all that. Right? So to secure them, and I'm going to bring Elder Lawya in here also with that, we have to let them know we're baptizing you in the name, but do you know the doctrine that you're being baptized under also? Some people that get baptized and then later on they're like, I don't believe none of this stuff. And that's unfair to them because now they're going to go back into the world. Who knows what's going to happen to them? So I wanted to make sure when people say that, like, I did the class or whatever, that people don't think that that's a prerequisite of baptism. It's not. It's operating in good faith with the word to give people what they're actually participating with. Okay? What they're actually coming into. Full disclosure. Okay? I want, Elder, you got anything to say on that, or that's good?
Yeah, I think you pretty much covered it. Ultimately, what we try to do is give people the opportunity. Sometimes when you sit down with brothers and sisters, you find out they've been baptized 3-4 different times by 3 or 4 different churches. And it's because really before being baptized, we realized that through those 3 or 4 baptisms, they really never learned what they're being baptized into and what it is they need to actually overcome.
Yeah.
The newness of life they're trying to achieve after baptism. So again, the classes are just to give you that opportunity to actually understand what you are, what's expected of you coming out of that water, not by us, but by the Most High.
By the Most High, exactly. So I wanted to put that out there. All right. Okay, Alicia.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, Alicia.
Can you hear me good?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So I'm going to try to be brief. Okay. All right. So I always had like a passion to understand the Bible and a passion for my people, just understanding who I was. So coming up, I would always read the Bible, wanting to understand it. My dad was a pastor, and just to fast forward to the part where things started coming together for me. I'm nervous. I'm sorry.
No, take your time.
Okay,
take your time.
Things started coming together for me. Like I would watch a lot of Malcolm X videos and stuff, and just everything. Just because I realized that I needed to learn who I was. It was important to me to really know where I came from. So I think it was like maybe 2013, 14, while I'm researching and everything. And forgive me, Elder.
No, go ahead.
Forgive me, Elder. When I was sitting on my bed and I came across y'all video, but this was always a pet peeve of mine. Hearing the pastor say, read, and then the person reads, and then they repeat right after. So I was like, oh, no. So I closed it and turned it off. Okay. And then fast forward, I moved away from home. It was a lot of the killings going on with the cops and everything. And, and one hit me where this man was waiting on his daughter to get off the bus, and the cops shot him and killed him. So it hurt me. I turned off the TV and I went to go try to clean up my closet, and I just broke down and I started crying. Okay. And I asked the Most High, like, what is it about us that you don't like? What is it about us that you hate? Is it something? Why don't you love us? It seems like you don't love us, but I know you do. But what is it? And as soon as I got up to clean my face and everything, because I was in there like bawling, my brother called me, and he normally called the broadcast. His name Aaron. He out in Utah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
But he called me and said, Alicia, I need you to check out this video. And it was it wasn't you, it was Brother Rawchaa, the hidden identity of the blacks. Okay. But in that video, there was a clip of y'all. And then I was like, that's them guys. So me and my brother, we
showing up again.
I'm here.
Showing up again, huh? Yeah. Right. The guys you try to run away from because he said read. But go on.
Right. Yeah.
You couldn't get away, but go ahead.
I couldn't get away. All praises to the Most High. So I began to listen to you all. I tried to listen to other people, but something just didn't feel right. But once I listened to y'all, I said, this is it, and I was up all night watching those videos, and it was the name of a higher that really struck. I mean, I'm in the dark, just watching videos back to back. And fast forward, I took my time to join the church. I had one foot in the world, Okay. And I was like, okay, they going to Passover. The Passover, Augusta, that's close to where I'm from.
All right.
So I'm on my way from work, and I'm like, I'm gonna call Elder Rawchaa and see if I can get the Passover, thinking I can get up in there unbaptized, like. Oh no! Well. I'm like, let me just call Elder. So you picked up the phone, and I was like, oh gosh. I said, Elder Rawchaa? You said, yeah. I said, oh. I said, can I go to Passover? And then, you asked me the questions and if I'm a part of a church, and I'm like, no. And you asked me if I was baptized, and I said no. And you told me, you said, what's the holdup?
Yeah.
And I said, I don't want to disappoint the Most High. Like, I don't want to be in, I don't want to disappoint him.
Yeah.
And what you said to me, it stuck with me. And I thank the Most High for it, because it was clear, straight to the point. And you told me, you said, well, sister, you're going to have to choose. And I'm at the red light. I'm just crying, And I'm like, because I said, yes, sir, you're right. And that was basically the end of our conversation. And that was in 2018. And I drug my feet a little bit more. I got in an accident.
Oh.
And then something happened in my life where I was like, and you gave me Elder Hannah's number.
Yep.
You gave me Elder Hannah's number. And when I got in the accident, I called Elder Hannah. He didn't know me. I didn't know him. But he prayed for me. He was like, sister, you got to go get checked out, and everything. And he prayed for me. And I went. I went, and, everything was good. But it was another scenario that happened after that. And I was like, I got to get to the church.
Okay.
I got to join the church. I got to be around like minds. And that's what I did. And all praises to the Most High. We have a beautiful congregation here in North Carolina under great leadership.
Yeah, Hannah's
and I
a
just
great
praise
man.
the Most High for
Yeah.
Con.
Let me tell you.
I praise the Most High for you all.
Yeah, bless you. And I'm going to tell you, thank you, sister.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, thank you. You had the last word.
Okay.
I know there's a little delay, but go on.
Con. And that's just the short version. There's many things that happen in the background, but,
I know.
Just to go there. And I just want to thank y'all, too. Like you said with the women earlier, I never heard, like, y'all talk to women so respectfully, so biblically, and it built up a self-esteem in me. So I just thank y'all for that. Yeah. It was a lesson you did, Curse Between Men and Women, probably back in 2019.
Yeah.
And, man, I grew so much from that, and I'm still growing. Like, I'm still building.
Praise the Most High.
Myself, and I just thank y'all, all praises to the Most High for y'all, brother.
Well, sister, thank you. Bless you. Alicia.
Bless you.
Bless you. And I'm going to tell you, I know, listen, sometimes in these calls, outside of that, when people call, it'd be for hours sometimes. But, I mean, if we were to take these testimonies, it would be here till the next morning. I'm going to take some more real quick. But I like to say this real quick, that everyone has their Jonah moment. That Jonah moment. Jonah knew what he had to do. He had to prophesy on Nineveh because he was one the Most High gave the understanding to see to. So if he wasn't going to prophesy with the wisdom and knowledge the Most High bestowed upon him, then who was going to save the people who would find the Most High within Nineveh? Right? So we all go through our Jonah moment where there's things I want to do. Right? Or you try to run away from that calling. And that's what she wanted to talk about. When things started going awry in her life in different areas, the same way with Jonah. Jonah got on the ship. And what happens? A storm comes. The ship almost wrecked. The captain cannot control the ship. It's tossing over. And Jonah said, y'all have to throw me off. They was like, what? You're going to die out there. Listen, throw me off the ship and you'll live. So he tried to go someplace else. The waves carried him for a while. No sooner as he got into the water, swimming and all that, the storm stopped and the ship went upright and everything was fine. The people survived. The Most High would have tore the whole thing down. Jonah would have lived. But the Most High told him to prophesy on Nineveh. He had the gift to do so, and he was trying to run away from his calling. So what happens? The Most High have him swallowed by something in the water, something that could hold him in the waters, a well or whatever. There was an air pocket that held him, and he's sitting there for 3 days, starving and all that in the belly of a well, under the waters. And guess where that well took him? It was the Most High. Took him straight back to the shores of Nineveh and spit his behind out, and he was well alive, washed himself up on the shores where the Most High wanted him to prophesy from the beginning. So you can do it the hard way or the easy way. But if you're called, you're going to do it. And it's sometimes our people, just like Jonah, chooses the hard way. But if the Most High has a purpose in you, he'll just rough you up. Even if you got a limp the way he told you to prophesy, you know what? You're going to prophesy. Because he didn't give you the understanding, the eyes to see, the mouth to speak, and the ears to hear, to not do so. And this is what that sister was talking about, was her Jonah moment. The Most High will break you down and break you down, but there'll always be a voice behind you saying what? You know what you got to do, right? You know what you're doing isn't right, right? You know that God is calling you because you can see things others can't see. Who do you expect the Most High is using to wake up the people? But you want to walk around in ignorance as if you don't understand that this world will soon end. As if you didn't receive the information from on high that most people, that prophets and teach, even people from the past, long to see. Prophets, teachers, and the disciples long to see the day that we're living in right now. They can only see it through prophecy. How much more should we step to the plate when we're living the prophecy that they foresee? She had a Jonah moment. So, hey, and we all go through that where the Most High break us down. And at the end of the day, you wash up, you clean yourself up. And then the Most High said, okay. Now, do you want to go do what I need you to do? Or do you got to get roughed up and just go in a circle, get roughed up in this earth, and be back where right here, where you were 3 years ago? You're wasting time. And the Most High is like, listen, the Most High has created time. Time has no power over him. He said, listen, you can waste 3 or 4 or 5 years of your life if you would like, but I'm going to bring you right back here. You're going to be right where you were 3, 4, 5 years ago, just older. But you're going to prophesy on Nineveh. Okay, James. Let's get a brother, then Sharon. I'm gonna take a few more because I know people have their hands raised. James has a comment.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom. How you doing, James?
I'm doing amazing. So I'm going to give you a real brief part of my testimony. So some years back, I asked the pastor of the church I was part of for almost a decade about the book of Esther. And he left me on red with no response. Now, mind you, in the past, he answered all my questions. So right then, I knew something was missing. I started to dig
90 seconds.
The rest of Esther, and then I decided to read the entire Bible, starting with Genesis. And at this point in my life, I was desperately wanting to properly align myself as a leader for a variety of reasons, specifically wanting to better grow myself, my business, and just start elevating to a new level.
Okay.
Once I read Deuteronomy 28, I was like,
60 seconds.
There's no other people who fit this description other than my ancestors.
Mm-hmm.
And that led me to do additional research on the history of the transatlantic slave trade. It was a wrap from there. And one of my good friends, he put me on to GOCC back in 2016. He originally sent me one of the teachings on the Lost Tribes video.
Okay.
And I admit, I did not watch it at the time. I was absolutely skeptical at first, but he persisted. He absolutely did. He sent me another video. It was around the same time I'm doing this digging and this searching. After I asked the pastor the question, and when I watched that video, it was no looking back. I started waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning
10 seconds.
before work to dive into the Word. I couldn't get enough. The Holy Spirit was calling me. And the gentleman earlier who was on from Midland, I started to listen to Michael Todd after I didn't get the question answered. And I grew up in a Baptist church. I went to a Catholic school. I always had this intuition about the truth, but no one ever taught me edification straight from the Bible. My family and I, we were baptized in the water this past October with the Columbus body out in Ohio. I'm currently in my 8th academy, and I just want to say, Elder, I appreciate you. I don't know where I would be had I not found this work, and I just want to thank you for persevering, staying strong, because there's so many people out here like myself that we would be lost right now. Absolutely lost.
Praise the Most High.
This past December, I retired from a successful career in financial services. I was fortunate enough to head up a multi-million-dollar organization. I've never been more excited to help build the kingdom. I decided to go all in with the work. Now I'm in the Word full time. All praises to the Most High, higher, and that's it, Elder. I just wanted to give you a little bit of my testimony. I'm coming to Passover. I look forward to meeting you.
Okay, real quick. When you said that you dealt in financial services, and what was your job? What was your job description there?
I owned an insurance agency.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm an insurance guy. I dealt with it in years. Yeah, I dealt with that for years. So you had your own agency, or do you work for someone else?
I had my own agency.
Okay, so why did you retire from it?
For 14 plus years. 14 plus years. You said the company?
Yeah, why did you retire from it? Why didn't you continue in it?
It's time to go all in. Listen, if I'm building something that's not part of this kingdom to come,
okay,
I'm wasting time.
That's true, but is it a way in which you can use your gifts within the work in of itself?
That's what I'm desperately wanting to do.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Right now I'm learning, and
yeah. Oh, well, don't worry about it. I'm going to call you, James.
Appreciate it.
Because the same mentality that it takes to be able to run your own things and organize, the Most High could be preparing you for something, along the same lines, right? With your experience when it comes to organization. It wasn't until the Most High gave me this truth that I realized why I had to go through the corporate structures and dealing with certain things when I was in the world. Right? Because when it comes to organizing and keeping things together, there's a certain experience factor that comes in, that kicks in. Okay? Even when you look at some of the disciples that came in subsequent to Christ, you had Luke, who was a Theophilus. You had Theophilus, which is like a historian and did certain things when it comes to records and Hebrew records and things of that nature. You had Judas himself was great at books and dealing with the organization of bringing people together and things of that nature. So you're not going to lose your experiences, even when it comes to what you learn through financial services. It's just being in charge of something, right? But operating with a different product. Truth. So that organizational structure can be utilized. So I'll call you. Let's see, James.
Elder, one thing I know 100% what you're saying is absolutely part of the plan.
Okay.
I'm 100% that. So,
hey man, listen.
I'm just right now.
The kingdom is within us, brother. So, listen, we got to find out the gifts we have one amongst another and begin to utilize it and work with those. Because once they pull out the mark of the beast, we're going to be all we have, and it's going to be the gifts that's going to carry us from one place to the next. It's going to help save so many people. So, hey. While the Most High blesses with this technology, it tell you in the book of Enoch that at the very end, the Most High is going to send the angel like a cord, and it will gather the elect to the elect. And these are going to be the people in the minds the Most High have measured with their gifts to sustain the nation all the way into the wilderness. It will happen. So conversations like this, and us, you in the body now, you're baptized in the body. And guess what? I'm doing my part, but there's many parts that I haven't even seen yet. But I know that when we come together, it's going to be a spiritual powerhouse. So I'm going to call you up. All right, I'm going to call you up.
I appreciate it. Elder, I'm looking forward to talking to you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so am I. It's time. All right, bless you, my brother. Financial services, I'm remember that call. I'm going to call you up. Bless you. All right?
Bless you, bless you.
All right, shalom.
Shalom.
All right, a few more calls. Let's see what we have. I see you there, Sunshine. I'm going to bring you in. Don't worry about it. I got you. We have, let me get some people I never brought in before. 336 area code. Shalom.
Shalom, Elder. Can you hear me?
Shalom. How are you?
Doing well, and yourself?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia.
All praises, all praises. Just wanted to come in real quick. Not going to take any longer than a few moments. Just want to give all praises to the Most High for this glorious victory in the subscriber account. All praises to the Lord that he allowed, the elders and the deacons that have been working in this work to bring out this truth. I know that without this truth, I definitely wouldn't be where I am now, standing up for the Most High and, declaring his word. I was, just to share my testimony in a few minutes, I was actually raised up in what would be considered 7-day Pentecostal.
Okay.
What that means is I was keeping the Sabbath. I wasn't eating unclean meats and stuff from the time I was a child. I didn't celebrate holidays. I didn't do none of that. Now, I didn't know I was an Israelite.
Okay.
But in a lot of ways, I was keeping customs like the Israelites.
Okay.
So for some reason, even from a kid, I related to them. Like when I read about the Israelites, something about them resonated with me, but I never connected the dots. Now, as a kid, my belief systems kind of went all over the place. I read a lot of books.
Okay.
I looked up a lot of religions. I was studying a lot of stuff. And one day, making a long story short, my brother, who was in the truth and a part of the church at the time, he came up to me and said, and we were discussing the Israelites a little bit. He said, "Hey, have you ever looked up the GOCC's video, 12 Tribes Lost and Found?" I think I'm saying it correctly.
The 12 Lost Tribes Found.
Yep, that video. He said, "You ever looked up that video?" I said, "No." He said, "I think you need to look that up, man." So I looked it up. I watched a few more videos from the church at the time, and it piqued my interest because everything that was being said I was already raised up in that, not eating pork and keeping the Sabbath. So a lot of the stuff was already resonating with me. And then when it came to being an Israelite, that's when it all made sense. I was like, okay, something is clicking here.
Okay.
Something is making sense, because when I went to these other religions, they didn't click the same way.
Okay.
It didn't register the same way with me. But when I heard the truth, that was a wrap from there. I've been going hard ever since, and that was when I was young, mind you. This was when I was, I believe it was 13. I was 13 at the time.
Okay.
I'm 25 now, and from 13 till now, I've just been going hard in the truth.
Hey, brother. What city and state?
I'm in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, under the leadership of Elder Hannah.
Oh, shucks now. Hannah's the man. Praise the Most High. Hey, well, brother,
sir.
it's something
Praise
that...
the high.
Since we're concluding, we're coming to the near. I'm going to bring you in, Sunshine, in a minute, and two more people before we go, Elder Lawya. I'm glad you were able to sustain with us, Elder Lawya. But before we go, I need to show brothers and sisters what I'll be touching in on. What I'll be touching in on, Elder Lawya, for the Patreon this coming Friday. Okay. Now, if you are a Patreon member, because sometimes for whatever reason, you don't receive your notifications here. If you on Patreon, when I'm streaming here and you're on Patreon, you'll be able to see the stream even if you haven't received the notifications. That's one thing that I wanted to highlight. The other things I wanted to highlight.
By the sudden rollout of Rook Unlimited's most.
What I want to show, and brother, you probably want to see this yourself. You probably want to see this yourself real quick, brother. Yashar, you probably want to come to this side. Because this particular video only has 900 views and it was up since October 14th. Fair use. It's an animated It's an animated cartoon. An animated cartoon that's translated in Spanish also. What is it showing? It's showing 5G towers. Right? It's also showing. Let me put you on hold. I see you going, I'm going to put you on hold for a second. It's showing 5G towers. It's showing people are being controlled who has taken the mark of the beast. And that there's another control mechanism that can actually control the people who didn't physically go take the mark of the beast because something has already been administered into their bloodstreams. Right? I wanted you to see. Okay. Check this out, young man. This is going to take you for a loop. We are about to go for a loop real quick. Fair use, because this is something that's simple. Right? A small cartoon, which is using this for educational purposes only. And I want brothers and sisters to be able to see this. The future. And they always put it in cartoons. But I'm going to go over this and something else that I can't talk about tonight. Right? I'm about to go over this video. Fair use. Check this out. Elder Lawya. Matter of fact. You got your mic on? You got your headphones on? You didn't see this, yeah? Check this out.
City is stunned by the sudden rollout of Rook Unlimited's most fantastic device ever. The Smart Mark. Throw your other devices away, because the Smart Mark is more than just a phone. It's part of you. Use it as cash. Book your travel. And even shoot video. Distribution points are all over the city. And don't let the lines discourage you. The Rook Unlimited Smart Mark is worth the wait.
I never realized how wonderful technology could make me feel. The Smart Mark has brought order to my life.
And the best part? It's absolutely free. A gift of thanks to our city from Rook Unlimited.
23% of the population has been given the Smart Mark, number 1. Time to test our system, number 6.
23% have been given it. I need y'all to check this out. Fair use. Because someone is documenting it. It's the media that's selling it. But there's a spirit behind all of it with a plan.
The Flex Fighters are out there somewhere, teaming up with Jonathan Rook. Let's put our new recruits to work, subtly.
We should find the Flex Fighters.
I ought to find the Flex Fighters.
All of them have received a signal to find the Flex Fighters. All together. Separate lives. Had a plan of their own, but now all of a sudden they've been unified with one agenda through the signal.
We should find the Flex Fighters. We should find the Flex Fighters.
Growing up in this city, the streets of Old Town, I saw the worst mankind had to offer. Chaos, disorder. I vowed to make it all change. To make it all better. All these years working in secret. Rising up the ranks of the tech men. It was all leading to this day. Order has finally been established in Charter City. No child will have to fear for their safety again. The people owe you the greatest of debts, number 1. For liberating them from the chaos of their lives.
You guys love new tech. You didn't want to get smart marked?
No way. That's clearly some shady biz. Who wants to be...
You call yourself a man of science. World order is our destiny. Submit to a smart mark and join the glorious victory of order over chaos, or you will be eliminated.
Grandpa, Mr. Savick, where is everybody?
They all went to get those foolish new devices.
What? No, they can't. Grandpa, those things are dangerous. It's a conspiracy. Mind control.
I knew it!
3 hours is enough time for us to get to our families. Maybe we can stop them before they get marked.
They seem to be establishing checkpoints of some kind. This is how they keep order.
This is the nightmare I warned you about. People think smart marks are brand new Rook tech that will improve their lives. They don't know they're being tricked.
All smart marks so far. But your chip makes it possible to control everyone in Charter City, whether they're marked or not.
Whether they're marked or not.
Hmm.
5G. 98% of the people control. "5G. Hey! The lesser magic is they have to tell you what they're going to do before they do it. Isn't that something, folks? Elder Lawya, I don't know if you just seen that. I don't know if you just seen that, but they put it all out there through media, Hollywood, outright their plan. Now, if everyone doesn't accept the mark of the beast, how is it that they're still going to be able to control the rest of the population? Even if they didn't go and get the next stage in this. How? Because the nanotechnology that they're not telling people about, and I can't discuss this evening because why? We just hit 100,000 and I have to discuss that. That's right. The real political scenarios that are going on real time that CNN and others are ignoring. News that need to be reported on Patreon. I'm going to have to do it on Patreon and in the Academy because we can't do it here. But all in all, there's Senate hearings that are going on right now under your noses that no one's talking about. Be here on our Patreon this Friday. A lot of our people, family members, loved ones have made a choice between the last 2 years, and they have no idea the gravity of that choice. So right now, folks, things are going to start going back to normal a little bit because they have received the number that they needed to get when it comes to the percentage of the population agreeing to certain technology. I'm not even going to talk about the juice in of itself. I'm talking about the technology that's now in people. This coming Friday. Hey, yeah. Patreon, a gathering 144. This is something out of a sci-fi movie. Oh yeah. Hey, I'm gonna leave it there. Because we're gonna need to keep this going on, Elder Lawya, because maybe we can get to 144,000 subscribers. Maybe, Elder Lawya, we can get. I don't know what's gonna happen, but hey, let our next benchmark, Elder Lawya, be 144,000. Oh, right. Man. We're 44,000 away. I'll tell you. Here we go. Right? And matter of fact, Elder Lawya, that's what I'm going to talk about this Sabbath. I'm going to talk about that. Finding the 144,000. It's a Sabbath lesson. See how the Most High you're giving stuff like that? Finding the 144,000. Man, that I don't know, Elder Lawya. That sounds like an academy lesson. I have to think about that.
Yeah, it does. It does.
I don't know. I don't. Hey, that sounds like an academy lesson. Finding 144,000. Well, I already put it out there, Elder. I said we're gonna do it this Sabbath. Let me see what I can come up with. But we're going to still make that a good lesson for the academy. Boy, oh boy, are we in some serious times, right? Like someone just stated. 786 area code. And then, man, it's almost so-called midnight. And thank you. And another thing is, I wanted to put it out there that, yes, you can continue to support the church. We thank you. There's our Cash App there, $ GOCC 144. Donate. It goes in the broadcast just like this. So if this ministry has blessed you, please help out, continue, because we have a lot of work to do and not much time. $ GOCC 144. Donate. Or you can go to gatheringofchrist.org. If you don't have Cash App, there's other options there. Okay, but man. Oh yeah, I also have some video. Matter of fact, I'll deal with that another time. I'm putting the cart before the horse here. 786 area code. I can't. Patreon, and then we'll go to the next things next. All right. I'll start talking.
Shalom, Elder.
Elder Lawya, I'll start talking about that. I'll be here another hour. I can't do it. All right, brother. Shalom, brother. Your name and location. Talk to us.
Yes, sir. This Hebrew Harris calling out of Miami, Florida. Sir, how are you?
I'm blessed by the best. Nice to hear from you. Thanks for hanging out with us this evening. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Elder, and I want to say this here. My house phone, the battery just went in. If it hangs up, just know my phone died. I've been on here for hours. But Elder, I want to tell you, sir, that this truth has broken the chains off of me from bondage spiritually and physically, sir. I've been in this truth for about a year now, and for about 2 years I've been fighting the criminal situation where in one county I had a drug charge and got out on bond, and about 6 months later was charged with the armed robbery I didn't commit. And the case in one county, they came to me with the plea, and this is after I've been in the truth. This is about maybe 3-4 months ago. Came to me with the plea, and it didn't seem. I said, nah, I'm not taking it. So they revoked my bond, and I get locked up. I was on house arrest for the armed robbery I didn't commit. I get locked up. As I'm in this truth, I understand what fasting and praying does. I go into the jail, and I start getting brothers together. They watching me in the Word. They see me praying. They ask me what's going on. How did I change? Because they knew me from the past. We end up fasting together. We end up going. It was 5 of us, Elder. They've never fasted before. We end up fasting. We end up going to the Word. I go in the Word. I go to Genesis 20:25 and show the Gentiles how there are brothers, who Esau really is, and why the system is trying to destroy us. Elder, this armed robbery that I didn't commit, the victim pointed me out, and the victim has a witness. They both pointed me out and said I did a robbery I didn't commit. So when I got locked up for this, and I understood that through my obedience for the past year, how I've been walking in this truth and honoring the Father, I knew for a fact He would not leave me. I told the people, nah, I'm not taking any plea. I'm going to trial. And I knew that if I went to trial and I lost, it's because the Most High wants me to do a work in prison. So make a long story short, Elder, I was locked up for 2 months. That's why I haven't been in the broadcast. That's why I haven't been. That's why I've been absent. That's why I've been absent, sir. But Elder, Monday I got released back on house arrest. Tuesday I went to court. They told me that either they dropped. I had a PBL, a punishable by life. They told me, okay, if we give you 3 years probation, would you take this plea? I said, I'm not taking it. I went and talked with the state for about 5 minutes outside the courtroom, and I told them I did not do this. We came back in. They said, okay, you're going to have to come to court on Thursday, which is tomorrow. This was yesterday. They called me back yesterday evening and said, you know what? We're gonna cut the ankle monitor off of you. We're dismissing the case. Elder, only because of my faith, I knew that the Father was gonna deliver me. This truth has showed me that obedience with the Father, He's our protection. I don't even fear the system anymore. I don't fear what they can do to me. The Father is fighting all my battles. Elder, I'm gonna tell you straight up, Elder, the Most High has appointed you as my teacher. You were my teacher, sir. For the past year, I was on house arrest where I can only go to work and come home. I wasn't allowed to gather with the body in Orlando. I was fixated on your lessons. I was binge watching your lessons for the past year. You've taught me what obedience is. You've shown me. You've taught me how to have a connection with the heavens. When I pray, the Father answers my prayers in my dreams. He shows me visions. You are my teacher, Elder. I need you to continue to mold me and build me, sir. You are helping me bear fruit. This GOCC ministry is actually helping me bear fruit. People are watching me and asking me about the Father. I'm going into the Word, something I never knew. I'm going into the Word because of your teachings. You were showing me that obedience is the key. You were showing me that sacrificing my flesh, and by me sacrificing my flesh, Christ will take full control of my vessel. And now I'm operating in a way I never knew. This GOCC ministry is the truth. You are my teacher, Elder. You are my teacher. I'm able to get back. I'll be able to get baptized now. If the Most High is willing, I pray you're the one to put me in the water. But Elder, I need you to understand that you are my teacher. You are my mentor. I hearken to everything you say. The Most High has bestowed wisdom into you so that you can speak to me, so that you can speak to us, so that you can lead us, Elder. And I'll be forever grateful for this GOCC ministry. I can't thank the Father enough, and I can't thank you and Elder Lawya enough, because through your obedience, you're able to touch us. He's able to use you. He's using you, Elder. I was able to fight the system, the same system that is meant to break the black man. I broke it. I was facing a PBL, a punishable by life, where the victim was pointing me out, and the state was afraid to take me to trial because the father was my judge, my lawyer, my jury, and the state. He took full control, and even with the victim pointing me out and said he's the guy that did it, the father said, nah. And I stood strong with faith because of my obedience. The churches, they don't tell you that. They don't tell you how to fight spiritually. They don't tell you that obedience, you're untouchable. So it's this truth is this truth has done amazing work for me. I understand now how to operate how to obtain a righteous relationship. I understand how to build a legacy because of your teachings. You have no idea what you have done for my life, Elder. You are the Moses of this era, but you're gonna see the promised land. But you are the Moses of our era. You're the Moses. You are our elder. You're my brother.
I'm a servant.
You're my mentor,
brother. I'm a servant.
Sir,
I'm a servant.
Yes, I love you, Elder. I love you, and I
brother.
thank you. You and Elder Lawya are sent from the Most High. And I would not be awakened if it wasn't for the Most High using GOCC. I would not be awakened, sir. I understand. Yes, I understand that the system can't hold me. I understand that the system can't even compete with me because of the teachings of GOCC, because of obedience, because of making a sacrifice of my flesh and turning over my mind and my spirit to the Father and going into the book of salvation. And I was reading an Apocrypha. I'm sorry. I was reading Apocrypha.
I'm with you, brother. I gotta get.
Yes, sir.
I gotta get one more call.
I thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, my brother.
I thank you for all that you've done.
Oh,
yes, sir.
Man.
Yes, sir.
Lawyer, you hear that?
Yes, sir.
Brother,
yes, sir. Powerful testimony.
Elder Lawyer, let me tell you something, my brother. Let me tell you something. The Most High has some serious, strong men out there. And to know that through this ministry, it strengthened people in time of trouble. I mean, the work is doing well, anything beyond what any of us can fathom, right? Because usually the system breaks you so that you can be criminalized by taking a plea. But in this ministry, he said he drew strength to say, you know what? In truth, one way or the other, if I got to go to prison, I'm going to teach in prison. that was the disciples, man. He says, because I know I didn't do it. So if the Most High is sending me to prison for something I didn't do, it's a purpose in that. See, and that's the prime example of being free. Being free to be utilized no matter where the Most High put you. Daniel in the lion's den. Right? The three brethren during the time of the Persian Empire, where it was Christ in the middle of the furnace. That's when you're free, when you don't even fear the bonds. Knowing that what? Hey, the worst thing they want is someone with the knowledge of the Most High who's protected and hedged amongst a controlled population. Because they're going to lose control. Hence the reason why the Roman Empire placed John on the Isle of Patmos. If they attempt to put him in jail, he would convert the whole jail, including the gatekeepers. And then they would just turn over the whole place. So he says, listen, if we put him in jail, he's going to convert these strong men into following this Christ. If we kill him, he's a martyr. And now not just the people in jail, but others will turn to him because they're going to know that we killed an innocent man. So what should we do with John? Put him on an island by himself. Right? So the brothers stood in power and say, listen, if it be the Most High's will, knowing that I did no crime, it's the Most High will that I go in there and save some of my people. That's when you're truly free. See? When you're led by the Spirit and are what? willing to be utilized for the Most High no matter where he has you, no matter where he puts you. Because eventually, our goings is of the Most High. That was a powerful testimony, brother. Powerful. And I'm talking about to be strengthened to stand with the Most High regardless of what. Because they was trying to pressure him, because once you cop a plea to whatever it is, even if you didn't do it, you're on the books as a criminal. And just that in of itself will restrict you from what? Some of the constitutional rights that you are afforded as a citizen. So they probably knew all along it was stringing it along. They just wanted him to cop a plea. But I'm glad he was able to operate and stand in truth. All right. All right. 2 more and we're done. I got you, Sunshine. We got your last 6, 7, 8. We have Sister Sharon.
Shalom, elders. I love you guys. You are awesome. GOCC is wonderful, and I thank God for you. Briefly, I had all the money, houses, cars, a good husband, but I didn't know one thing. I was missing one thing, and that was the Father. So when he allowed my knees to bow, I ended up in a mental hospital. I had my sister take me to a mental hospital in Brooklyn, New York. I'm in Charlotte now, but in Brooklyn, New York. And this lady came up to me and said, "Sister, God wants to heal you." I told her, "Look, I grew up in the church. That God I saw in the church was mean and nasty. I want to have nothing to do with him. I want a doctor." So the doctor, I saw the doctor. He gave me another kind of Jim Jones juice, and I was suicidal and homicide. I wanted to kill my whole family. And God stopped me. He stopped me. My mother said, "Why don't you just try Christ?" I'm like, "Please, that guy? No." So one day on the street of Dean and Washington, sitting in a car, my mind was gone. The devil had my mind because the spirit of madness was generational in my bloodline. And I was gone. So I yelled out to the Father. I felt a lifting. I will never forget it. A lifting. And I said, "What was that?" I said, "Oh my gosh." So I started going back to my home church. And I'm sitting there and I'm getting worse again. I start babbling foolish talk and wanting to hurt people and everything like that. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So my mother, out of the blue, says, "Go to this church around the corner on Utica and Foster Avenue in Brooklyn." I said, "Which one? There's 10 churches on." She said, "The one that says praise." I went in there, and this old lady came up to me. She says, "Where you were, wash your hands of him." I said, "What is going on here? I don't understand. This is Twilight Zone stuff." I'm like, "What is going on here?" I sat and started eating the word, and the mother was feeding me the word. So I kept on and on and on eating the word. And then God healed me instantly. I went back to school, got a college education because I was the black sheep in the family, and everybody wanted to be away from me. And I just want to say, 8 years ago, I moved to Atlanta, and I was searching for a church. And I was like, okay, I know I'm on meat. I don't want no garbage from these churches. I got put out a few churches because I questioned the Christmas tree. And I was like, okay. So I looked at you, and I saw your backsplash. I was like, oh, my gosh, Levi, Ansher, Benjamin. I was like, oh, my gosh. So I started listening. Then I said, okay, I got to get baptized with these guys because they are right in line with what I believe in the Word. So I went to Deacon Baruch and got baptized with him. But now I'm in Charlotte, and I need to connect with the Charlotte branch. But I want to say that 144,000 is coming. They're coming.
Oh, yeah.
They're coming. And that's all I want to say. I tell you, I love you guys. So keep up the great work. Congratulations. I love you guys, and just keep it up.
Thank you,
give
sister.
me like the young man said, the strength. Oh, I walk with my head up right now. And I always say, devil, you should have killed me when you had the chance, because now since I know that I'm from Judah too, Oh, you're done. You're done.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Man, oh man, oh man. Cassandra. How you doing, Cassandra?
Hi.
Okay.
Hello?
We're doing 2 minute per person because we're well past midnight. And I just wanted to celebrate tonight 100,000. Next one gonna be 144,000. And hey, we may do some music and everything that night, but come on. Anytime you can keep Elder Lawya past 11 o'clock, you know it's a monumentous, day, evening. Hey, Cassandra, talk to us.
Hi, my name is Cassandra Dyson, calling from Hammond, Louisiana. I wasn't expecting to get on the call because I thought you were going to take the sunshine call. So,
okay.
But I'm glad that I did get through.
Yeah.
I just want to start off by saying that I didn't come from a spiritual family, but within my teenage years, my mom started bringing us to church where she did get myself and my siblings baptized. But even then, we kind of went from church to church. And then within that time frame, we kind of like stopped going to church and started doing more of like a family Bible study. And in between that, I was introduced to the book of Proverbs, where I used to read that a whole lot as a teenager. And so when we would have these family Bible studies, I would just, there would be things that I would know. And sometimes I would surprise myself because I would be like, how do I know this? And my mom would be surprised because she was like, how do you know that? But then in 2007, my mom actually passed away.
Sorry to hear that.
So, so that became, I think that I was being prepared for that moment because I handled her death very well compared to my siblings and other family members.
Okay.
But maybe a year later, I stopped going to college and I joined the military. And so during my time in the military, I felt like I was, I did good my first couple of, months into it. But then once I got stationed overseas, I started feeling like I was so far away. And then I started to notice things that I didn't like about being in that atmosphere. And one of the biggest things was kind of feeling like there was like some type of mind control trying to be implemented against me. So I kind of began to display my independence. What most people probably would say was me being defiant, what they would probably define as being defiant. So I was reprimanded for, choosing.
There's some things in detail. I know that you probably can understand it all. You're trying to quantify it in a short amount of time. But but just for edification, when you say they were trying mind control, what do you mean by that?
Well, it's basically the way that it's set up. You go through different phases, and one of the phases is pretty much designed to kind of like break you and then rebuild you up. And so
you're talking about in the military,
right?
Okay.
And so me going into that, I didn't understand completely what I was getting myself into. I was very young.
Okay. Because that's the military's job.
Right, I know that.
Yeah, their job is to break you down and to make you an machine. And they know not too many people can actually go through it. And this is their buffer period to know who's who's built for that type of life. But that's just, but guess what? That happens in most things. When it comes to, I'm going to tell you, in this truth, and I believe that's where the military learned it from. There's a breaking down period to be rebuilt in the image of the Most High, or the image of Christ. There is a breakdown period. So I'm just showing you that there's similarities where the military looks to take out all of what you were to build you in a certain image. And guess what? All of it isn't negative. I mean, I'm talking about the structure, the cleanliness, right? The order. Because a lot of us come out of chaos where we haven't been trained in our society to understand the importance of order, cleanliness, respect. So a lot of that, what they learn, what they actually do in building a new person and making you, can be positive to some aspects. I'm saying that. I just want to put that out there. It ain't all negative, but hey, there's a washing period that comes either way, even in this truth, where we come to this truth, and I'm going to give you your time back. You come to this truth, and it's like, you can't eat that no more. You can't drink that no more. You can't go there no more. Certain things, you know what I mean? But it's really a training on the outside of the military, a discipline. I just wanted to just parallel those comparisons there. But go on. I'm listening to you.
So even after I started having these issues while being in there, they started to kind of like want to label me and place me in a mental ward and give me, medication. And then I started, I took the medications, and then I started experiencing hallucinations.
Okay.
And so there was one hallucination that really frightened me, and I completely stopped taking the medication. And then I started to, I wanted to gather an understanding of why I was having these mixed emotions and these mixed feelings. And so then I turned back to what, I knew before coming into the military, which was the Bible.
Okay.
So I would go back to reading the Bible. And then I also, at the same time, Boondock cartoon was like a show that was on that I watched a lot. And so I would hear things on that cartoon about paganism, and I thought to myself, okay, well, I never heard that word, so I would go look it up. And then once I started looking up that word, it started leading me to other things that became very interesting. And then...
I'm listening to you, sister.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
And then it led me to different articles about Illuminati, and I mean, I was just going everywhere with, just reading all types of things. And so then once I got into the topic of the Illuminati, I started to feel like I was like a part of that system. And from that point forward, like my overall goal was like, I need to relieve myself of this environment.
Okay.
So, after going through the motions and getting out of the military, a few years later, a classmate of mine actually reached out to me on social media, because at that time I was, I would post inspirational things on social media, and many people would, read it, and they would write me and tell me how it, was an inspiration to them. So this particular classmate reached out and invited me to a Hebrew Israelite group on Facebook, and we would just kind of like share different things. Well, I wouldn't share anything because I wasn't really too familiar with that, but I would read what was being shared in the group. And he would share books that he would be reading, And then I asked him, where did you get these books from? And what are the names of the books? And so the name that he gave me was the Apocrypha.
Okay.
And so I started, looking into the Apocrypha, and then I started reading it. And then he started sharing his videos of GOCC. And I remember the very first video that I came across, which someone mentioned earlier, was the Lost Tribe video. And so it just became like very fascinating to me once I started reading that, because I'm a person that loves, I love school, and I love just learning new things and taking in knowledge, because I am a teacher.
Okay.
So that's a big thing for me, is just sharing knowledge.
Okay.
So so then I would start watching the videos, and I would binge watch these videos just over and over and over again. And it just basically took off from there. And then I would share my knowledge with family members or friends, and even currently now I share the things that I learned with coworkers.
Great.
And I've built relationships with teachers who have taught me in school, who are now my coworkers. They come to me for advice or anything like that, because they feel like I'm that breath of fresh air for them.
Okay.
So I definitely can see how what I have learned has made an impact on others that I share my knowledge with.
That's a blessing. Let me ask you, where exactly are you? Are you amongst the church or no?
Well, I am in Louisiana. I have been to the Washington body before.
But I'm asking you, are you currently gathering with the church? Yes or no?
I'm not currently gathering with the church.
Okay, because we're running out of time. So I'm talking about literally. I'm not talking about this broadcast. So we have to get you with the church. So I'm gonna write you down, and we're gonna connect you with the church, because
I have talked to Officer Palab before.
Okay.
I do have his direct contact number.
Okay.
Where I can reach out to him.
Okay, sister. Well, do that. I have to go because we passed a little past midnight, and I have to eat and then relax. But sister, welcome to the body, and thank you for your subscription with the Gathering of Christ Church. All right. And I need you to stick on it, because
thank you for taking my call.
You're welcome, because there's something that you probably want to hear. Sunshine, we're going to give you 2 minutes to put a crescendo on this, an exclamation point, but get your copious notes together and shoot soon as I say come on in, because I know you've been waiting a mighty long time. Now, when she said that she started hearing on the Boondocks, because the Boondocks revealed a lot of information. It was putting it out there. If brothers and sisters, were open to understand it outside of the satire. I mean, the Boondocks was just bringing it, right? When it comes to revealing what's really going on behind closed doors, even Hollywood. But I digress. There's a book. She says they was talking about paganism days and all these things in paganism, and she didn't even know what the word was. Pagans run the world. They're Satan's agents. There's not too many places you can go without a pagan in high position, whether it be your educational system. Usually the majority of school teachers that are over schools and all that are pagans, straight from covens. But in this book, it's the Pagan Book of Days. I was looking for this book. I think I lost it once my cellar was flooded. I gave Elder Lawya this book, and I have this book here. Every holiday that they claim is for something in America, it's really for something else. It's really to operate, or more so worship an ancient god or goddess of ancient Rome, leading directly back to Babylon. For instance, And I'm going to give this instance real quick to show you some examples. Martin Luther King's holiday. Right? Why is his day on January 18th? Right? Why is Martin Luther King's birthday on January 16th? Right? When his actual birthday is January 15th. No one even answered that question. Well, when you go into the pagan book of days, January 16th is the goddess Concordia, principle of harmonious relations with all, is honored. It's really the spirit. Listen, it's the spirit. It's actually the spirit that really highlights Martin Luther King's dream of all people living harmoniously. This is why when he came with another program talking about actually incentivizing and paying our people for building this country, they got rid of him. Only to put his holy day, his holiday, on the day that the goddess of Concordia is worshipped. Principle of harmonious relations with all. So you think it's the dream gathering us all together, and they doing that so black people can participate in some satanic harmonious day that was celebrated by the Romans. It gives you a calendar for each day to show you what the true spirit behind the holidays they push. Here's one more. Valentine's Day, February 14th. St. Valentine's Day is a festival of love that homologates the pagan tradition of Rome and Northern Europe. It is also dedicated to the Norse deity Vali, the archer god or the son of Odin. Odin, that's right, Odin is the Nordish name for Edom, Esau. And to Juno, February, right, the goddess of maternal and married love. The festival begins after sunset on 13th of February. Girls should decorate their pillows with 5 bay leaves to dream of their lover and husband-to-be. In England on this day, an arch of brambles is carried to banish unwelcome spirits. In Scandinavia, there is a tradition of running labyrinths on this day. Labyrinths are horned what? Horned gods. Labyrinths. Every day that they set up in America for a holy day or a holiday, it's really to worship some god or goddesses, some ancient gods or goddesses. Straight evil. So even when they set up Martin Luther King's holiday, on that day, pagans were always doing something against us. But I would deal with that. We have that and more that we'll be going into within the academy. All right. So I wanted to put that out there. Pagans control everything in this earth, folks. Witches, warlocks, and sorcerers control the earth. All right. And they're the ones that's setting up these institutions that can give you $30 million towards what? Not crack pipes, glass stems. That's what they call them. So that they can continue to spin their magic to control our population and destroy the children of Israel. But I digress, because the truth has made us free. And I thank the Most High that with this truth, we can see the world as it is. As it is. Okay? This world is not the world we would like it to be or hope it can be. We see the world as it is. Stop hoping that this world is going to become something else other than Satan's world. Last call, Sunshine. This is a serious 2 minutes, so if you have copious notes, past 2 minutes, get to the good parts. Ready? Let's go. Shalom. Long time no hear. Listen, sis. I had to bring you in, Sunshine, because you've always supported the channel, 144,000, and I know you probably done subscribed over and over again. Go, 2 minutes.
Yes. So happy blessed Purim, Elder. Shalom.
Happy Purim. Let's go. You got a minute and 40 seconds.
Okay. Oh, elders, I was just thinking about this same idea that you brought tonight. The main question was, how can a person as liberal and delusional as me make a 180 turn towards desire to righteousness? And I was hell-bent on operating according to the will of the Gentiles, whatever it was that Gentiles in charge were saying was found to be or deemed acceptable was what I aspired to be or achieve. And whether it was their lifestyles and equalities between men, women, LGBTQ communities, or their chase after the so-called American dream, however they depicted it to be gained, I sought the higher knowledge they flaunted in commercialism and consumerism, and the further I thought it, their truth, their so-called truth, their delusions, the more I steeped into superficiality and vain, empty talks and keeping up with the Joneses, and I became, though I was bound to my middle-class status and wrapped in tightly to this strong man bond, like somebody else was talking about, a truly bound American slave, blinded in any bat, is what I was. And the more I strayed into the Gentile ideologies on how to live, the more I sought after the gods of Babylon and their holy days. Whether or not I actually realized this was what I was doing, the webs of deception woven to catch Israel enwrapped me, and it was tighter than a noose around me. And my happiness that I had received from childhood, upbringing with that in some measure of biblical foundation, though not total truth, faded gradually into like an unidentifiable or unspeakable heaviness. And it was like chasing the false Babylon or Babylonian dreams, and that became kind of monotonous. And I felt as if I was only wading in the shallows, but not really living at all. But after continual wake-up calls over years, car accident or losses, and so when I fell upon my knees one late night in 2015 from just sickness of hearing the lies, like one of the other callers said, and I asked the Most High for the truth and felt a voice within me say, "Are you sure?" right back at me. And in a short pause and a desirous foot, I pressed on with the question, what is the truth? And in declaration, I want the truth, I said in a whisper to myself, and I was shown mercy, for the floodgates opened, and by grace of the Most High, Christ showed me the truth, and I was awakened from the dark in what seems kind of supernatural, in a supernatural way, with a voice resounding and a drumbeat, and then every early question that I had that entered into my mind was answered within hours and not more than days, and I was pointed to the answers through this church. And through this church, I began first to eat the book, and I desire to eat it again and again and again. And what happened is my neat and wretched thoughts, deep-seated imaginations from the Babylonian wickedness were turned right side up instead of upside down. And I no longer agreed with the whole Crowleyan ideology, to each his own, or do as thou wilt, and I no longer chose the attire of a harlot or enjoy the attention given in this world to all women with proud look or outstretched neck, and no longer was I treated friendly by family or heathen against Christ, for the same worlds that held me or embraced me could now see me, and they could see that I was not for their turn, and because of Christ and this truth that I am a daughter of Zion and and one who belongs to our Creator, our Father, Ahaya, and in baptism I long for righteousness, hope to be a pleasure in my Father's sight each day, and I know from the womb I was not formed to be the male head, but a woman embracing femininity and a nurturer of children and a helpmeet unto my husband. And so I just wanted to say, elders, that I praise Ahaya, that I am learning my place and perpetually happy and grateful to be this new woman in Christ who only could free me, and the world can see this for the women that choose this. And all praise to the Most High.
Hey, Sunshine, Sunshine. Before we let the applause rain,
yes, Elder.
real quick.
Yes, Elder.
I mean, just be straight up. Did you write all that down?
I write it down. I praise the Most High.
Well, you know what? The next time, you know what? All right, bless you. You know what? We have to do this thing through Zoom. We have to see who these people are. Lord, have mercy in the morning time. What is going on? Well, we thank you. I think we have to schedule our next show soon.
Bless you.
Yes, may the Most High be with you. Happy Purim. Yeah, Elder Lawya, we're going to have to do some faces. Lord, have mercy. I can't even stop this thing. She's still flowing. All right, Elder Lawya, I know you're ready to go to sleep. I got some soup to eat. May the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up, sin not. Sunshine is still on the line for some reason. But it's okay. We care for you. 144,000. Thank you. Continue to support the church. Yay! We'll see you on Patreon this Friday. May the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up. Sin not. Elder Lawya, go to sleep. Yay! And the Most High is calling back Israel. Lord, have mercy. Who tickling that girl's feet? Let's go. The Most High is calling back Israel. Let's go. I love you. 144,000. Help us get there. All right.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, the valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. The highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us. At gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A high gatherer. Asher in Colombia. Reuben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans. A highest gathering Israel. Judah, the Negroes. Benjamin, the West Indians. Levi, the Haitians. A highest gathering Israel. Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the islands of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering Israel.